That moment when you say, all right, 10 seconds, everybody hush.
And nobody hushes.
And nobody hushes.
Be glad I didn't go, caca, caca. Oh, wait, are we actually on?
Yes, we are.
Too late.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to tonight's episode of Lands of Aecathan, where a group of people who've undoubtedly played D&D a little bit too much decide to say, hell with it, and play D&D a little bit more.
And torture our GM.
Well, yeah. I mean,
Each other.
yeah. But, you know, torturing the GM, that's part and parcel for running a game.
Of course, you torture back, so.
Yeah, I just like to think I do it a little bit creatively, you know.
Oh, definitely.
Not directly.
I.e., he kills your character.
Right.
Right.
Congratulations. You're 5th level. Here's a dragon.
No!
It's a
Undo
baby.
the dragon! Undo the dragon!
A wormling, maybe?
Like last time we fought a baby dragon, we got eaten by his parents.
Yes.
We did.
Yes. On different characters, of course.
I
Yes.
don't recommend that.
Nope.
No future in it.
No, there really isn't.
All we had left was an orphaned cat.
Right. Well, before we get into tonight's chapter, I do want to remind you that we are encouraging everyone who can to donate to the Wildland Firefighter Foundation. This is a group that came into being as a group of volunteers in 1994, shortly after the Storm King tragedy, and it's a group that supports the families of firefighters either killed or injured in the line of duty. And if you can donate, please do. Even $1 would help. $1 is a can of vegetables or a couple cans of vegetables for a family that may be having hard times, especially dealing with injury or loss in the midst of this pandemic. It's got to be absolutely difficult and heartbreaking. So if you can donate anything, we would highly encourage you to do that. Just go to our website, artifactsworldswide.com. There's a link right on the front page toward the bottom that'll take you to a little bit more information about the organization and then a link to their website. So if you can donate anything, that would be great. And I'm sure that the families of the firefighters will appreciate it as well.
Probably the most.
Yep. All right. Any other announcements?
GM chat tomorrow at 8 p.m. Eastern Time with Mike and Jeff.
Yep. And any update on the movie watching?
We have to schedule a time with our tutor, Jeffrey.
Yes, there's going to be a crash course in Premiere, and then the movie watching video will be released.
Yes.
We'll commence.
We need to go to our vet to get tutored.
It's going to be one of those nights, just
Clearly.
as opposed to any other kind of night.
Right.
Yeah, this is pretty par for the course, really.
Yep. All right.
Yeah.
Well, then, without further ado, let me officially welcome you all back to the lands of Aecathan.
Pinker says
And
what?
welcome back. I would officially like to apologize to Annette for the fact that the updated intro wasn't the one that just ran.
Aw.
Oh.
Because she's part of the crew now, so she's actually part of the intro, but for whatever reason, it didn't change in our broadcasting program here, so.
Boo hiss.
Yeah.
Maybe you could play it during break.
2020, y'all. 2020.
Yeah, well,
Ain't that the truth?
I will edit it out and put the right one in for YouTube. So
Ooh,
if
nice.
you're watching on YouTube and going, "What? She was in the intro." That's what happened. So,
The power of editing.
yes.
Exit and post.
No more you.
Artifacts Worldswide cares.
How about what? I have no idea.
Oh, I'm gonna hit you. I have to put up with that from him. You ever say that again, we're gonna have some very, very loud words.
I actually was thinking it, but I didn't remember the exact phrase.
I hate it when he does that. It completely ruins the whole bit.
Oh my god, that's funny.
Sort of.
Do it.
I'm gonna start practicing Pam side-eye on you if you don't stop.
Do it.
Pam, sorry, it
Just
doesn't
like
work on
that.
me.
Doesn't work on me either. Don't worry.
Yeah. No.
Ah.
Anyway, what's happened so far? Our group met in the capital city of Erma, had a few adventures in and around Erma, including dealing with some rather organized bandits, both on the roads and on the river. They were sort of accosted by VSFX, who is the leader of the Thieves Guild, and told that there was a threat coming from the desert in the southwest that the normal guardians of Thunder's Edge were not catching, and requested that you all go down there and see if you could assist for the good of the realm. The trip took you to Costed's Wave, where Arabelle underwent her paladin trials and became a full-fledged paladin of Terrara.
Yeah, I did.
Also, choose this for the good of the kingdom or be drafted.
Yeah, that was pretty much...
That's important.
That wasn't VS's doing, but she was the one who gave you that information.
But it was convenient for her.
Oh, yeah, sure. You then left Costed's Wave, met a couple interesting travelers headed for the Tower of Azanor, crossed the Great Stone Bridge, and found yourselves in the midst of a Susaran encampment, where you met Mother Tassa, who gave you lots of interesting information and treasure. Something special each. You then proceeded south along the Great Southern River, passing through the Riverwatch Sentinel Tower and meeting the soldiers that worked there, and then passing through the mysterious Everwood, where you basically were befriended by a group of intelligent shrubs. You had a conversation with a talking bear with blood-red fur. And you encountered a couple bugbears that were bright pink and thus not very stealthy. You then made it to Thunder's Edge, and after being cleared by the Erma military who guard the outer enclave, you were passed through, and you found your way to the Ivory's Wrath Tavern, where you met with Wiggy, who is Viesa's right hand here in Thunder's Edge, and he informed you of some of the interesting things that have been going on.
Yep.
After you found out what was going on, you spent the rest of the evening sort of getting acquainted with the Ivory's Wrath, and went to sleep. And the game begins tonight with the following morning, and you deciding exactly what it is that you're going to do. But before we get to that, something I forgot to mention last week, I've really got to try and remember to mention it before we log off every night, that everyone reached the 5th level milestone.
I don't know, it's kind of exciting to like start it and be like, congratulations, you've leveled!
Yep. So, everybody's done everything they need to do except rolling hit points, which we're going to do now.
And I never remember how many and what.
Just look in the player's handbook.
Much better.
It says it right there on the screen. Hit dice.
5d6?
Yes.
So you roll a d6.
Just a d6.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just
Because D&D Beyond will automatically add your Constitution bonus. So.
Ooh, remember all those big rolls I was getting before?
Uh-huh.
2.
2. Well, it balances out.
It does.
So you hit manage hit points. And
First time.
Max.
No.
That you
I
got
mean,
it
the
to
first
work.
time that I actually got it to work.
Oh.
Nope, I got a 6 out of 8. Not bad. I'll take it.
No, that's not bad.
In the manage HP, do you know where to add it?
no.
You just add how many you've rolled to the number and rolled HP. So if it's 23, you add 2 and 25 and then save it.
Okay.
So whatever the number is, add whatever you rolled to it, and then save it.
Okay. Okay. Yep. Okay. Yeah, that's right. Okay.
Rock and roll.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody
All
ready?
right.
I think so.
All right. You wake up the following morning. The beds were comfortable. This is probably at least on par with the inn that you stayed at in Irma in terms of quality and comfort. And you are muted.
That's right. We took baths.
Yes, you did. So, refreshed, you get up, and what do you do?
We're gonna go see the dressmaker.
Yes.
Should we say we're coming back here again tonight?
Wouldn't you?
Well, yes, but
Yeah,
I mean, like,
the rooms for a couple days.
yeah.
And I need to do some shopping for some healers kits.
Oh, I think you did tell me about that.
All right.
I gather all my stuff that I stashed and hid and put it back on my person
Okay.
and head downstairs.
So because we're seeing the dressmaker and we're trying to we're being a little sneaky, right? That's why
Pumper for information.
Yeah. So I dress in my fancy clothes.
All right. So, who's first down to the common room?
Probably Arabelle.
Yeah, I would have got up for my dawn prayers. So yeah, I'm down there.
Well, you go down and you see that even that early there are a few tables full of people, and there is one table set for 5 where there are already drinks at the table, and you see Wiggy sitting at the table.
Okay. Well, I will walk over and join him.
Ah, good morning.
Morning.
How'd you sleep? Good? This place
Very
is
good.
great.
It's very nice.
And you look over and you see Alaric behind the counter, and he kind of nods at you. The big
Nice.
blue tiefling. And Wiggy says, I had them do apple cider because that was the closest thing to a juice that they got here. But I also asked him to heat some water because I seem to recall that a couple of you drink tea. So there's tea water coming too.
Well, thank you very much.
Sure. Not a
Everybody
problem.
should be. I think we're going to. I'm going to do some dress shopping today, I think.
Ah. I see. You wouldn't by any chance be planning on going to Barletta's shop, would you?
I think I have heard of her shop, right? She's a.
So that's what you decided to do first. Okay, well, wait till everybody gets here. I've got a little more information might be helpful.
And do you know, in town, is there somewhere I could buy some supplies, like a healer's kit or things like that?
I'm trying to think where exactly they would have a healer's kit. Well, you could try the Shrooms and Cure.
Okay.
That's just a little ways to the east of here. It's an alchemist shop. But I don't know, they might have it.
Okay.
Around that time, I'm probably coming down the steps.
Okay. The other place you could try, of course, would be Bell's End, but that's all the way on the other side. It's on the other side of town, so you kind of have to go all the way around. But that's the sort of the general store for the Outer Enclave.
And would there be anywhere in the Inner Enclave?
Oh yeah, there's definitely some place in the Inner Enclave you could look to if you could get in there.
I will also come down.
All right. Well, you see Arabelle sitting at a table set for 5 with Wiggy.
And Airman came down with me.
Okay.
Me too.
All right. Ah, look at this. The gang's all here. Fantastic. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Morning.
I was telling your well-dressed friend here that I got apple cider for everybody, and there's hot water coming for tea. If there's something else you want, you just ask Alaric. And Zorith, you look over, and there's the tiefling standing there.
Zorith? Oh, sorry, go ahead.
He kind of sees you look and nods.
I nod back.
Zorith, maybe you could go ask him what's on the menu for breakfast.
I sure could.
Oh, you could just ask me. I could tell you. I eat here every morning.
Oh, well, what's for breakfast?
Or she could go ask.
That's fine. What's for breakfast?
Wait a minute.
Are you getting out our menu?
There's no reason for her to get up and go over there. I got it all in my head. I can tell you exactly what it is. He rolled a 3 to try and catch what's going on. Clueless.
Very observant rogue.
Clueless.
Airman chuckles.
Pretty much, breakfast here is you put it together yourself. They got eggs. They got some kind of meat, depending on what day it is. Usually ham. They got potatoes. They usually have bread. Sometimes they have biscuits, and the biscuits are amazing. But they only have them sometimes, and I haven't figured out what the clue is to when they have them and when they don't. So that you probably would have to ask about.
Sounds excellent.
But they also do, there's a little bakery here in town. And occasionally they do bring in some stuff from that bakery, too. So occasionally there's, like, pastries and stuff.
Donuts.
What's a donut?
Oh.
Fried dough rolled in sugar.
Oh, that sounds absolutely terrible. We should have some.
Dipped it.
They're made at a place in Irma.
Oh. I'm going to have to ask Fiesta to send me some. Do they travel well?
If they'll make it to you.
Right. All
Maybe
right.
if someone's teleporting, but otherwise.
Well, I'll see what you can do. But yeah, so yeah, if you know what you want, and he just raises his hand, and you see Alaric walk down to the end of the bar and open up part of the top, and walks through and walks over to stand by the table and says, "Good morning. So, I'm sure that Wiggy has told you exactly what we have. What can I get you?" Well, first off, before they say anything, have you got biscuits? Yes, we have biscuits this morning. Oh, fantastic. I will have some eggs, some meat, and 4 biscuits, and with some honey. Ah, your usual. Have you got, did you get pastries from the bakery? We did not. We get pastries from the bakery when we don't have biscuits. Ah. I'm starting to figure you out.
Makes sense to
I'm
me.
absolutely certain you are. Well, what can I get the rest of you?
I'll have the same.
I will have
Coffee.
Wow.
Oh,
Pardon?
that's you. Yes.
I will have the same as Wiki as well.
And did I hear someone mention coffee?
Yes, coffee, please.
Oh, please, coffee.
Very well. And who is having tea?
I would very much love some hot tea.
Me as well.
Very well. And I'll have my usual morning drink. 1 ale coming up.
I'll probably have one of your biscuits as well, if that's okay, and some fruit.
Ooh.
Of course. Honey?
Yes, please.
I'll have eggs and ham, but just with 1 biscuit, not 4. And some honey, please.
Very well. It should take about 5 to 10 minutes. We're not terribly busy.
Thank
So-
you.
Thank you.
And he walks back behind the counter and comes back in like a minute with the coffee and the pot and a couple round metal strainers that have tea leaves in them, and sets the coffee down in front of Zorth, and Tasha sets the cups and the tea strainers down in front of Arabelle and Aramin, and then sets puts a towel down on the table and sets the pot of boiling water down and says, "If you need more water at some point, please let me know."
Thank you.
All right, so Arabelle was telling me that you've decided to go dress shopping.
Yes.
I
Dress
see.
did?
Yes.
Oh,
Well, I have something that might help a little bit.
Do you tell?
Apparently, this all took place. Let's see, what is today? 8 days ago. And one of the reasons why this is all so upsetting is the fact that people saw him and heard him. When the Raikeliad decided to investigate, they talked to like 9 different people. There was a bunch of people that saw him headed to her house, and a couple people who heard them while he was there, and then like a few people that saw him leaving. And while I couldn't get the statements, I did get the names. So if you wanted to go talk to him yourself, you could do that.
Okay.
And he reaches in his pocket and pulls out a scrap of paper and goes, no. No. It's in here somewhere. Hold on. No.
Interesting filing system.
Ah, there it is. He grabs the rest of them, shoves it back in an inside pocket, and he says, who wants it?
I'll take it.
Hands it across the table to Zarth. And you see there is a list of 9 names.
Woo.
Did the did the commander deny that this happened?
Oh yeah, absolutely. He said that he was home sleeping that entire night, that he never left his house. But unfortunately, his wife Janala and his kids Rigellum and Viralis, they was off visiting Janela's parents, so they wasn't home. So there's absolutely nobody that can vouch for him having been there or not. So it's pretty much a bunch of witnesses saying one thing and him saying he doesn't know nothing about it.
Well, there is, there are spells that can make you look like someone else.
Right.
Which actually might.
Oh, go ahead.
Which actually might not be a bad way to interview people. If the 4 of us going around talking to people and we don't know anything and, who are they going to tell? But if maybe I could look like someone or an outfit that might facilitate a loss of paperwork and a rehashing of a telling of a story.
Oh, that's that would be dangerous. I mean, you could do it, but it would be dangerous because the Raikeliad, they all know each other on site. There's 5 different clans, but they all work together, and they all know each other.
Okay.
So if one of them was to see you and know that they just saw you or the other you just a few minutes ago someplace else in town, that could get sticky.
Oh, that's a very good point. I'm glad I suggested it and you shot it down.
You would make a weird barbarian. Just saying.
Yeah.
Is Lord Tremaine trying to find a reason to believe his commander, or has he already made up his mind,
Well, see, the thing is that Lord Tremaine just got the report. It all went to the Arch-Sentinel, and she interviewed all the witnesses, and they basically had, I don't want to say a trial because he wasn't actually found guilty of anything, but it basically just, it kind of ruined his reputation. I mean, people are, thinking that not only did he, cheat on his wife, but he cheated on his wife with somebody who's, openly critical of Lord Tremaine. So it's kind of doubly damning.
Is he on a leave of absence, or has he been relieved of duties?
He is on temporary house arrest. Well, not really house arrest, but the Arch Sentinel basically said, "Go home and stay there until we come and contact you."
And he would be in the inner enclave?
Oh yeah.
Do you know where his house is there?
Yeah, I do. But again, I'm not really sure you're going to be getting into the inner enclave.
That's so disappointing.
Well, I mean, I don't know you, but VS has sent you, so you're good with me. But ain't nobody else in town knows who you are.
What's the relationship between Lord Tremaine and Airma and Lord Bonethane?
I don't think I've heard that it's bad. Lord Tremaine understands that Lord Bonethane is sort of the keeper of the realm, and he knows that his job is to be here and guard from anybody coming out of the desert that's going to cause problems.
So the inner enclave is all of the Rakiliad, but is it just the upper class of Thunder's Edge?
Not necessarily, because not everybody in there is rich, but everybody in there has proven themselves. Everybody in there has proven that they can be trusted. Okay. So it's really the political structure in Thunder's Edge is really all about proximity to the Lord Tremaine. Those with more clout are the ones that are closer to him. Doesn't necessarily mean that they're rich. There are merchants in there. There are a couple families in there that not well-to-do at all, but they did service for the Lord Tremaine or the Rakiliad or somebody that word got back to him and he decided that they could be trustworthy. He talked to them and decided that he liked them and invited them to move into the inner enclave.
That actually sounds like the easiest way into the inner enclave is to win their trust.
That's the only way. And that's
but how do you do that?
I don't know. If you could clear Krosk, that might do it. Because the Arch Sentinel is not too happy about this, and I can only imagine that the Lord Tremaine is not too happy about it either. But, they got witnesses. And to top it all off, nobody's seen Barletta since this happened.
Well, who would have something to gain by discrediting him, right?
That's one of those things that Viessa was talking about originally, why she sent you here.
Barletta is the seamstress, right?
Yeah.
Oh.
She locked
maybe
up in
she won't be at her shop.
Well, we should go find out.
But because right now, the military structure of Thunder's Edge, not including the Airma army folk, it's Lord Tremaine, and then the Arch Sentinel, and then there are 4 Oversentinels. Krosk is one of them. And
so
so
it seriously disrupts their power structure.
Yeah, basically, one level down from Lord Tremaine, they lost 25% of their trusted group.
We're in.
Yeah, but I think we need to talk to Krosk, and we can't do that without getting in.
Well,
So you don't know how they would treat somebody from Armagh, if somebody had clout from Armagh, would it be enough to get into the inner enclave?
Depends on how much clout. If they showed up signed with a signed document from Lord Bontain that said, "Hey, let these people in," they would probably let those people in.
But we don't have that. I mean,
Well,
I didn't know if my background would help me here.
would somebody from the army have some clout?
Again, if you had orders signed from the head guy, sure.
Nope.
So I guess this is a player question.
Okay.
So with my background, the feature for a noble is position of privilege, and that you can secure an audience with a local noble. And then I have my signet ring, which would be the house ring. So I didn't know if that would.
In sort of a typical Aecathan city, absolutely.
But here it would
in a city run by barbarians,
Yeah.
not as much.
Okay. That would be my only way to even try. So.
Well,
I am hot, but they're barbarians. So.
well, we need to.
But we can start
We need
with
to find.
Barlettas.
Yeah, that's where we need to start. I think if we can get to the bottom of this, that's our in.
Right. But I mean, clearly, there's all sorts of magic that could make anybody look like him. That doesn't mean it was him.
And there's, a number of possibilities, but we need to figure out which one it is. And it starts with her.
So we'll eat and head there.
Whatever you'd like to do.
Sounds good.
All right. Well, it's not too much longer after that Alaric comes to the table with a rather large tray that he sits down on a neighboring table and begins to dole out plates.
Yay!
Fluffy scrambled eggs that smell like they've got some sort of spicing to them. He puts down a plate of fried potatoes and says, "It's a specialty of the house. I thought I would bring some, and if you like them, you're welcome to them."
I'll have some.
Excellent.
And he also sits down a plate of fresh melon. And then proceeds to hand out plates of rather thick fried ham. And then basically puts a large round bowl that is covered with some sort of towel in the center of the table, flips the towel back, and there are like a dozen steaming hot biscuits that are like about an inch and a half in diameter and 2 inches high. And then he sets a pot with a spoon in it on the table and says, "There's the honey." And looks around and says, "I think that's everything. Did I forget something?"
No, but may I ask, do you have any fruit preserves?
"I think we do."
I would like some of those.
I will check.
Yum. And I start putting stuff on my plate. Biscuits on my plate. 2 for now.
I grab a biscuit, some potatoes, melons, and
Stop.
honey.
Those are his melons. He can grab them if he wants.
Just said melon, I wouldn't have laughed. But he's like, I grabbed some melons. It was funny.
All right.
I'm gonna side-eye. I'll be quiet.
Just a couple minutes later, Alaric walks back up to the table with a small jar and what looks like a butter knife, and he sits it down next to you and leans down and says in your ear, "It turned out we didn't, but I had some in my private stores. I hope you like pineapple."
Ooh.
I blush. Thank you. I do. I like pineapple. Thank you.
Enjoy.
And I just put my head down and start spreading my biscuits.
Ooh.
And that is nope,
Red-
nope, nope, no, not in public. What are you thinking? Is that going to be the quote? Spreading my biscuits.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah.
I just look down and start spreading my biscuits.
Wow.
I'm putting that up on Twitter right now.
Oh my gosh. It's going to be the name of this episode, Spreading My Biscuits. I like that.
I'm gonna be saying that for a couple days now.
Yeah.
Did you pick up on it that time, Jeff?
You see Wiggy kind of go,
Airman just sort of smirks and goes,
"Wow,
Oh my goodness.
I wonder if he noticed."
I think he did.
That is so funny. That's what a 3 would get you, yeah.
Uh-huh, yeah.
Boy.
So, it's good. The biscuits are, they're light and fluffy. From the temperature, it's like they literally just came out of the oven into that basket and then were brought to the table. So, yeah, everything's pretty good.
All right. How long have you been in Thunder's Edge, Wiggy?
Oh, I've been here for a couple years, going on 3. But I don't know. I kind of like it. It's a lot warmer than where I'm from.
Where are you from?
Kilcross.
Oh yeah.
So yeah, it's quite a bit different down here, and I don't know. As I get older, I find that I like it warmer rather than colder. So yeah, I don't go visit home very much. And you know, I got a good gig here, and everybody knows me, and I get along with most people. And those that I don't, well, they are encouraged to get along with me, or they're not around very long.
Okay. I'm glad I
Wow.
like. Yeah, these biscuits are awesome.
Yep. You see, in and around answering your questions, he's just, you know, he basically, his method of eating the biscuits is to have them, put them on his plate, and literally almost drown them in honey and then eat them with a fork.
I cut mine in half, and is there butter?
No.
Okay. Well, then I just put some honey on them, and I eat them.
I will probably make a small sandwich out of the one and then put preserves on the other ones that I ate.
All right.
Sammy. Little Sammy.
Yeah, it is the pineapple preserves are really stunning. There's they were canned well. There's just the right amount of sugar, and you also can taste, you think cinnamon and ginger.
Ooh, wow.
Yeah.
Yum.
How old is Wiggy?
He's in his 30s, probably early 30s.
You said you're from Kilcross.
Yeah.
My husband's family was from there. He grew up there.
What was your husband's name?
Breck Iselin.
Yeah, I think I remember them. Any of his people still there?
His parents.
Yeah, I think I know them. Huh, small world.
A lovely town.
Yeah, except it's too cold. It's too cold now. Every time I go back there, it's colder. I don't know why, but it's colder.
Because you live in the desert now.
Yeah, I suppose that could have something to do with it. Well, all right. I got a couple meetings I got to attend to. I'll be back here dinner time. So if you need me for anything, just come find me then.
Absolutely.
All right.
Excellent.
Stands up and raises his hand to Alaric, who just kind of nods, and he heads out.
What are the chances that she's actually at her store?
Might be there, but not open for business.
Well, we should go check it out.
If she's not there,
I find
maybe
a clue.
get out anyway.
I have to laugh. Look what brand new windows will do for you. Whoa!
You're glowing.
All right.
I have like a little.
Well, Airman finishes nibbling his melons and spreading his biscuits and gets up.
That's horrible. I love it.
Right.
Have any of you finished yet?
No, they're all still eating. They're
Are
just
we
watching
re-
you stand there.
4 biscuits a lot.
I only ate one biscuit, so I'm done. I ate a biscuit sandwich. My potatoes.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. So I ate my biscuit sandwich and one biscuit with preserves, and then I like cut 2 more and put a little bit of preserves, and then I surreptitiously put them in my pocket.
I eat 2.5 biscuits and with the eggs and the meat and the honey, and then I put the rest of it in a pouch, wrapped in a napkin.
Okay.
Mine were wrapped in something. I'm not full of crummy. I'm not a crummy.
You are crummy.
I am, but I'm not. I cap the pineapple preserves and I get up to take them back to him.
All right. And he looks up. Not to your liking.
Oh, no, I liked them very much. Thank you.
Oh.
That was very gracious of you. Very. I'm very grateful.
I'm glad you enjoyed them.
And I hand them back. And then I just blush and turn around and go back to the table.
Roll perception.
Oh, shit.
For what?
We're all watching.
Oh, fuck. I was hoping it would be low. God damn it. It was not low.
Why would you want it to be low?
22.
Because she wants to be clueless. That's
a
why.
little bit. 22.
22. When you handed him the jar back and your fingers touched,
Oh, Lord.
there was just that momentary pause before
Oh,
he...
Lord. Lord,
You
Lord, Lord.
sly dog.
Nothing that anyone else would have noticed.
Ha!
But because you're kind of hypersensitive to him, you noticed.
Is that what we're calling it?
Perception of 21. Just throw that out there.
Well, I got 22, so... Boom. By a point.
Well, there's also a difference between being on the tactile end of perception and being on the visual end of perception.
That's true.
There's a different number to beat.
But we do notice that she's as bright red as a strawberry when she walks back.
Yes. Yeah, you see her turn around and her face flush.
Did we see their hands touch?
You saw her hand him the preserves and he took them and put them back onto the counter.
Okay.
I just kind of watch her as she walks up and then make eye contact with her and turn and walk out.
I just shake my head and sit down again. And then I take a biscuit, cut it in half and slather it with honey and just shove half of it in my mouth. And then are we going?
Yeah.
Through half a mouthy biscuit? Are we going?
I think so. Airman just left.
Oh, I guess I'll go pay.
I
Hey,
think everything's on Wiggy's account.
everything's on Wicked's account.
Oh,
We could leave a tip though.
Yes, could do
So I leave a silver piece.
Okay.
that. And I'll leave we'll leave some silver.
And I go up to the tiefling and I say, all of that food was very fabulous. Thank you so much. This is the best inn I've been to in ages.
Well, thank you.
And I leave.
We're very proud of it.
You should be. And I leave.
All right.
after everybody gets up to walk out, I'm going to run back to the table and like slam my coffee. And I'm going to, are they all walking out? Is anybody looking at me?
No.
Oh, I'm going to put down a gold.
Okay.
Just one. Just one gold. At the table, not like coffee. You know, when you're giving somebody a big tip and you kind of like take your coffee and slide it across the table and act all sly.
Yep. Make a sleight of hand check.
Oh, I knew you were going to say that. Oh, natural 20.
Oh, damn. Okay.
26.
26. Even if they were watching, they wouldn't have seen what you did, probably.
My goodness.
I'd have to roll a natural 20 to see it. And I wasn't looking.
And Alaric didn't see it.
Good. Good. That's fine. And I leave. And I leave.
All right.
I said good day, sir.
Good day to you, sir.
Well, you find yourself standing out on the street. You can see sort of diagonally across the way from the entrance one of the gates to the inner enclave. And you can see a couple members of the Raqueliad. They look like barbarians.
I'm going to just walk over there.
All right.
Just going to see.
Apparently, we're going to watch her walk over there.
Uh-huh.
I walk up to them, say good morning.
All right. me figure out who's on duty there.
Who's on deck?
Who's on first? Yes.
What's on second?
I don't know.
I don't know. Who's on third? Go lay down.
All right. Well, you walk up and you see a human woman with what looks to be a very large wooden club strapped across her back, and a dwarf, also female, short, straight, brown hair and beard, brown eyes, dusky skin, and he's got twin scimitars at his hip.
Is it him or her? Sorry.
Her, sorry.
Yeah.
She's got twin scimitars at her hip. You also notice that each one of them is wearing leather armor, and they both have insignias on the left and right lapels. On the left lapel is something that you've seen around town. It basically looks sort of like a lightning bolt that's being split in half. And you gather that that's the insignia of Thunder's Edge.
Oh.
But on the right lapel, the human woman has an insignia that is a stylized hawk. The dwarven woman has an insignia that looks like a porcupine.
Clan.
And they kind of watch you as you walk over to them.
Good morning. My friends and I just arrived in town from Airma, and I'm in need of some supplies and wondered if I could petition for entrance into the Enclave to shop.
The dwarf says, "And what's wrong with the shops in the outer Enclave?"
I was told they might not have what I was looking for, but that they...
Have you checked?
Well, I'm going there next, but is this how I would, if I can't find it, is coming to you the proper way to request entrance?
And they kind of look at each other, and the human woman goes, "And who are you?"
Oh, I'm sorry. My name is Lady Arabelle Thebes of Airma.
Northerners.
Yes.
You don't...
My first time.
Well, let me give you a little piece of advice. You don't petition to get into the inner Enclave. You earn your way in.
Okay. Is there anything you need done that would help?
Nothing we can't handle.
Fair enough. Oh, I appreciate your time.
They just kind of watch you.
I walk back over.
That went well.
It did. They didn't kill me or try. I wanted to see what they would say. You know,
Right? Doesn't hurt to ask.
spending money in their town, you'd think would be a good thing.
You can spend it in the outer part.
Yes, that's what I heard.
So
Apparently.
can we go try it my way now?
Yeah, so we were just at the gate. I figured 5 minutes wouldn't hurt to ask.
Let's not do that yet.
No. Wait, which way is your way?
Is that not what you're
My
like?
way's not very sporting.
I think that's exactly what I'm thinking.
My way is to go try to figure out how to exonerate
Right.
Commander.
Oh.
What's his?
Well, yes.
Yeah.
We're definitely gonna go do that.
It's
Well-
Commander Overmane. Well, it's Oversentinel Overmane.
So I'm gonna
Related-
call them over under.
So let's go see if we can maybe do that.
Let's go look at dresses. I've never worn a dress. Let's see what it's like.
Ever?
I mean, why would I?
Not since you were a kid.
I haven't had a dress in a very long time, but do we want to give him the list and have him go see? Obviously, he's not going to come dress shopping with us. Should you start on the list of 9 names?
We really want to split up the party.
I think we should start with her because he's very observant, so he can look around while we're talking about dresses.
Yes.
As Birdmen do.
There's also the alchemist shop, which is probably
On
a
the-
2-minute walk the opposite direction of where you're going to need to go
Okay.
to visit the dressmaker.
Okay. Well, that's not urgent.
Okay.
Okay, guess you're coming with
Soren
us.
buy a healer's kit at one point.
Say again.
I thought, Zorith, do you have a healer's kit?
I do.
So if we can't find one, I will ask to borrow yours.
Okay.
All right, dress shopping it is.
All right.
What do we know about Bardetta? She doesn't like how heavy-handed Rakiliad is. She's a known detractor. We don't know. Do we know if she's from here? Did we hear that?
No. You don't know.
Okay.
I'm gonna guess that she's not, but that's just me.
All right. So, following the directions that Wiggy gave you, you set off across the city and around the outer enclave until you reach the home of Barletta Dorgon.
Is it just a home or is there a shop entrance?
Nope, it's just a home.
Oh,
She's
okay.
a seamstress.
Oh, from her. Okay, so she doesn't have a storefront. She works from her
Right. Right.
abode.
She basically just does commission work.
Ah,
Knock
No.
upon the door.
All right. You knock on the door. You don't hear any movement on the inside.
Not even a dog?
You don't hear any movement at all.
Rude.
Back again. Miss Dorgan? I'm listening very intently to see if she'd like being quiet. Nothing?
Nothing.
Are there people around?
Yeah, there are some people on the street.
Shoot.
Is the
Okay.
door shut and locked? Is this like the dress shop proper, right?
No, this is her.
No.
home.
Yeah. It's just our house.
Private home.
Oh.
Yep. And you hear a voice say, "I do not think she is open for business."
And we turn around.
You see an elven woman dressed in a robe, sandals, walking with a staff. She seems to just sort of be pausing.
No attention, hippie farmer over there. He probably ought to just
Ew. We were looking for dresses for our mistress.
Well, as I said, she hasn't been seen for about a week now.
Oh, wow. That's a long time.
Well,
She was a talented seamstress.
she was a problem. And then, apparently, she proved to be an adulterer. I can't say that I'm all that surprised that she's gone.
Did anyone see her leave town?
I don't know.
She just
Insight
hasn't.
check. Oh, sorry.
I'm not good at those. Oh yeah, I am. That's disappointing.
And it just doesn't seem like her either.
What do you mean?
Well, I can't say that I knew her well, but I did know her in passing, and she just never struck me as the type of person who would interfere with another's marriage. I mean, I didn't agree with her politics, but she did seem a moral person.
I would like to do an insight check. I rolled a 15 and got +1, so 16.
Okay. You don't sense any attempt at deception. You kind of pick up on a tone of voice that suggests that this is a person who's used to being listened to.
Okay. Okay.
That's
Well, there goes that idea.
Is there another dress shop in town?
Or a seamstress.
Or a seamstress.
There might be one in the inner enclave, but as far as out here, I don't believe so.
That is a problem.
But I will admit that I am not the most up-to-date on the current goings-on. In Thunder's Edge, it's not quite my specialty. Forgive me, I'm Cathala Harley. I'm a sage of history. Studying this area, rumor had it that there might be some ruins left over from before the shattering. And that's my area of specialty.
I point opposite from where Aramin is, and I'm going to try to get her attention and point over that way, wherever that is, wherever Aramin isn't. And I'm going to ask, we're fairly new here. Is that the way to the inner enclave? And then Aramin.
As soon as she looks, I slip the hood on and hide,
Okay.
like around the corner of the dressmaker's house.
All right. Go ahead and make a stealth check.
All right, that would be a 24.
Okay. She says, "No, the entrance to the inner enclave, there are several of them, but the closest one is right over there."
Oh.
And she points sort of like a shallow kitty corner from where you're at. And you can see probably, 35, 40 yards away.
There's another
gate.
entrance, a gate.
Yep.
Oh.
And you can see that there are 2 guards standing there.
So I'm going to look for a back entrance or a window behind the building, someplace that's not readily easily seen.
Okay. You find that there is a small outbuilding attached to the main house, and there is a window in that outbuilding.
Is it locked?
It is.
I will pull out some thieves' tools and try to slide them into a crack of the window underneath the sill or something and unlatch it.
Okay. Go ahead and make your roll.
All right. Oh boy.
Oh boy.
Will a 30 do it?
No. Yes, of course a 30 will do it.
I was going to say, wow.
Rolled a 19 and I've got plus 11.
Yeah. You slide the tools in and you're able to feel where the latch is, and you manipulate the tool just right that you're able to go and flip the latch, and then you try the window and it opens up.
I slip into the window and close it back behind me. Do not lock it.
All right. You are in a room filled with bolts of cloth and thread and needles and a couple what you assume are some form of mannequin that is used to design the dresses onto.
Okay.
And there is a door.
All right.
If you would, roll me a perception check.
Six.
6. Okay. Yep. You kind of look around and you're like, Seems like what a dressmaker
So
would have.
Airman has a little bit of a possible idea. I want to try to keep my sense of smell a little bit more sensitive in case I smell something that doesn't smell good.
Okay.
So I go to the door. Is it locked?
No.
Okay. Open it up quietly and look through.
You open the door, and especially since you were focusing on your sense of smell, you are immediately hit by the smell of rot.
She's dead.
Okay, go in.
You push the door open, and you get it about a foot, and it hits something on the floor.
Can I stick my head through enough to see what's on the floor?
Yep.
Is it the woman?
You honestly don't know. What you see is remains.
Mm-hmm.
And the thing that catches your attention right away is whatever happened, this body is covered in what looks like streaks of black ruptures of the skin.
Ooh.
All over the exposed flesh that you can see, and you assume what's under the clothes. The problem is, this is the desert, and she's been in a closed-up house for a while. And
Right.
so the body is bloated.
Does it look like there was any sign of a struggle or?
Make an investigation check.
Okay. 17.
No overturned furniture. Nothing out of place. This is basically at the back of what looks to be a small kitchen.
Okay.
Nothing out of place in the kitchen.
All right. I will close the door back and go back to the window and sneak out of it and close it back behind me.
All right.
And sneak around the side of the house again and look to see how well I might be able to reappear without too much notice.
Meanwhile, I have been asking her every piece of information about trying to get into the Raqueliad if she's been here a while. How does one petition, since we know that they don't petition, like the whole story of, our mistress here was trying to get in and we want to get the dress and all of those things. Did she give us any information?
She basically tells you what, she basically starts to revert to Sage, and she says, well, the restriction of the inner enclave comes from the historical reticence of the clans to allow outsiders in.
Right.
And because it is based on a clan structure, only something that is seen as a notable service to the clans allows you to rise beyond the level of outsider.
Okay, well, that's a little bit more than we knew before. I mean,
yeah.
And then also distractions.
Zoreth, make an intelligence check.
Performance
Or
check?
if history is better, you can make a history check.
And what was the other one?
Just a straight intelligence check.
Can't be performance, damn it.
No.
That's not horrible. 13.
13. The woman said her name was Keithala Hurley, and your brain is like, I've seen that, I've heard that name somewhere. And you, as you're talking to her, you're in the back of your head thinking, where have I seen that name? Where have I heard that name? And then you realize, although you're not certain because you're not looking at it at the moment, it might actually be one of the names on the list that Wiggy gave you.
I wondered about that.
You don't say.
All right, so while she's got the woman distracted, I'll ease my way back in and...
All right. Yeah, she seems oblivious.
I'm going to reach in my pocket and get out my list. And I'm going to hand it to Arabelle. And I'm going to say, "Milady, your list."
Thank you, dear. Oh, I know you said you're not much for gossip, but, you know, people like me, that's all we tend to do. You said everyone knew about her dalliance with this married man. How did people find out?
Uh-oh.
Oh, well,
No.
everyone knows now. I saw him go in there that evening.
I think we lost them.
Back? Are we back?
I can hear you.
Hello?
We can hear you.
Hey. So what did I get out before it cut off?
Oh, that's
There.
She says, well, everyone knows now. In fact, I saw him go in there that evening.
Oh my goodness. Maybe. But she's a businesswoman. Couldn't he have been there to buy some clothing?
Valid point.
It would be odd. She was not popular with the citizens of the Edge, and even less so with the Rakeliad. For one of the Oversentinels to be associating with someone so critical of the leader of the clans.
I look at Tasha, and I just...
The other three of you, not Airman, but the other three of you, make a perception check.
Ooh, not bad.
26.
Me as well.
19.
Natural 20.
All right. Zoreth, you are spared this, but Tasha and Arabelle, you kind of go and you smell death. Long
Oh,
death.
because he opened the window and
Because
stuff?
he opened the window.
Oh my god.
What?
Smell
Is
that?
it?
Oh, wait a second. Let's see. Does she smell it? Nope.
I have to ask. Did she have any friends?
I wouldn't know. As I said, we were passing acquaintances. I knew her a little.
Well,
That's why I was so surprised to see Oversentinel Overmane entering her establishment.
so if we're going to find someone else to do your dress, we should probably get a move on.
Oh,
All right. Well, it was so nice to meet you.
It was a pleasure to meet you. If you hear of any artifacts or locations of anything to do with the pre-shattering Aecathan, please let me know.
Do we know anything about the any of those things?
No.
Okay. I will be on the lookout for you.
Very well. Have a pleasant day, and I hope you are successful, milady, in finding another seamstress.
thank you so much. It's much warmer here than I expected. I need to find some
that it
clothing.
is. And she turns to walk off and then stops and turns back and says, if I'm not overstepping my bounds, they have a shoe here called sandals.
Oh.
I would recommend them highly.
Thank you.
And then she turns and continues to walk. Slow,
I let her.
measured gait.
I let her walk away till she's out of sight. Yeah,
That sounds terrible.
you should have been in there.
And Zorth, you don't know what they're talking about.
I assume.
Ah,
They're,
Easy. I know what he went for.
She's dead.
It's as they say, the plot thickens because she wasn't killed with any weapons that I know of.
Magic or poison?
I don't know. She had
Can we
black lacerations on her body. There was no sign of struggle.
You would think that they would actually, if she's been gone for a while, you would think that somebody would break in the door or go looking for her.
Well,
Nope, they all assume she's gone. They
If I
think
might-
she left.
if I might offer a suggestion,
We need to suggest
we
it.
should let the guard go in there and discover the body
Right, but how do we tell him?
because we don't need to be involved in a
the
murder.
body, though.
I could minor illusion myself to just look like a regular person in the town, just a regular person, and be like, I was walking that way and I smelled something funny.
Well, I don't think you have to worry about that. I just wanted to see the body, so we could. You said it looked unusual.
We're not going to go look at the body.
No.
It's I don't have any idea what could have done it.
Well, I'm just thinking.
But we don't know what kind of things are around here.
Right. I mean, other than poison, but if it was
We-
a smell, then maybe Zorth or I could figure out what.
Reduce
it's possible.
contamination if it's a poison or a spore or something like that, unfortunately.
But I'm just wondering if we go
Let's just
to
go
the inner
enclave.
enclave and ask them to come take a look, maybe they can discover it and sort of.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. We should go to one of the guards and say, we went to her house and there was a smell.
The guard
Yeah.
that we talked to
Yeah,
that told us how to get there.
the grumpy one.
We should immediately go back.
Right. That if it does
That was at the
anything-
army, right? That wasn't even the Rakiliad.
Oh, that was the Rakiliad.
That's a Rakeliad.
That's a guard for the Rakiliad.
Yes.
Oh.
The inner enclave is guarded by Rakiliad members.
Right. Because this is in the outer enclave. I didn't know if they would care or if it would be the army.
Well, I just want
Yeah, we need them to discover
the
the body.
Rakiliad to be the one to discover it and that we're the ones that gave him the tip.
I'm with him.
We should go back to the grumpy guard.
Yes. Absolutely. Let's hustle that way.
Or there's a gate closer, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
that makes sense.
We should just go to the closest one. Because she
Yeah.
just told like where the gate was. She pointed to it.
Well, then we can say that other guard told us to come here. Because, I mean, otherwise we're...
Right. I was
Yeah.
looking for a dress. It's the same story we've told multiple people. So.
Right.
Right.
Okay. Let's do that.
All right. So you head off.
To the nearest guard sentries.
All right.
I'll
Excuse
let
me.
Arabelle or someone else make the.
Yeah,
Who's got a big persuasion?
Excuse me.
+8.
Yeah? And you look, and this is probably one of the odder guard pairings you've seen.
OTTER?
ODDER.
I got it. But when you said it, I was like,
There's an otter?
wow, I'm excited.
Named Emmett, and there's no jug band.
You
Aw.
see
Rude.
an older half-orc. Like, probably one of the oldest half-orcs you've seen. Short, straight auburn hair, which is shaved on the right side of his head. Blue eyes. His skin is graying. He's 6 feet tall and incredibly muscular. And he's got 2 big tusks jutting up from his lower jaw. And standing next to him is a not even 4 foot tall halfling.
Male or female?
Male.
All right.
And the halfling is the one who spoke up, and you're used to, halflings having this kind of, melodic lilting tone. This one sounds like he's chewing broken glass. And he says, "What? What do you want?"
Well, we just came from the dress lady,
Yeah?
and we noticed an odor.
It smells like death.
So? And the half-orc leans over and puts a couple fingers on his shoulder and says, "If this is so, then very well, someone should investigate. But as it is in the outer enclave, that would be the army, not us."
Right, I understand that, but wasn't there something that wasn't there something that interests you all with her? I thought I might give you first crack at checking it out before the Airmaw guards got to it.
I love how you
Make
you really need to
make a
go
persuasion
check that shit
check,
out.
Merriman.
Advantage?
Nope, just a straight persuasion check.
Thank you.
I do tap him on the shoulder as he's doing all of this.
Oh, okay.
Die for.
Nice.
Because I was clutching my chest, clutching my pearls because I was so upset.
Oh my lord.
So emotional.
Dirty 20.
Stars and
20.
straps.
You see the halfling, throw off his partner's fingers and go, "What do you know about it?"
We've heard talk.
I look at the half orc and I just say, no more than I need to know, and it's really doesn't matter what I know, does it?
We have to follow channels just like everyone else. Inform the army.
Very well. Thank you.
And which way? And I'll like point me to it.
There are guards walking the streets periodically.
Okay.
Okay.
I will
Well,
wait
Where
right
you will
here.
go next.
No, I'm just gonna wait for a guard to pass us.
Are you going to go back to the house or wait at the Raquelia gate?
I'm gonna go back towards the house.
Yeah.
Didn't you say there was the alchemist shop was there?
That's way back past the Ivory's Wrath.
Oh, never mind. So
Yeah, whoever we run into, Tasha should be the one to speak to them.
right.
We should
So
go.
I
look
go
for
back
one.
towards the house. No, I'm just gonna go back towards the house and wait.
I don't necessarily.
I mean, you said they come by periodically. What's periodically?
Have we seen one so far?
No.
Oh,
But
well then never mind.
you saw one walking the other direction from around the Ivory's Wrath when you left. So you know that they're out there.
Okay. Do they frequent the Ivory's Wrath?
You don't
Okay.
know.
We'll head back towards the house, and if we don't see one in a certain amount of time, then we can head
Towards the tavern.
or back to the guard tower where we talk to the army.
Oh, yeah. Why don't we just go to the guard tower? That makes sense. We've been there.
Right, that was all the way on the opposite side of the city.
Oh, shoot.
So we'll see if they come. If they don't, then we'll do that. But
Okay.
I don't necessarily want to be close to it and just hanging around there. I want to say, we were told to go there. She might be missing. We smelled death. And just walked away, I mean, I don't know.
all right, I mean, because we're not going to be in any issue with the Aecathan army.
No, we're not going to get people.
Well, he did go in there and he did touch things, I'm assuming.
Okay, but let me put it to you this way.
That's not CSI Thunder's Edge.
Wizards can do all sorts of things.
We just got here.
She's been dead for a while. I got you. I'm hearing what you're putting out.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, we didn't kill this woman.
Not
So,
even.
You wait 5 minutes. About 10 minutes after you've been kind of, standing out in front of her house, everybody make a perception check.
Roll 20 again. 26.
Dirty 20.
27.
Teen.
All right. Well, Tasha and Arabelle, you happen to be looking back up toward the gate, and you see. Let me go ahead and open up that area too, so you can see exactly how far away we're talking. You see a couple people in military garb walking down the street, and you see the two Raqueliad flag them down.
Oh, okay.
And they walk over, and there's a conversation, and the halfling thrusts an arm out with a finger pointing right down to where you are. And they nod their heads and turn around and walk away from the gate, back out to the road, and start walking in your direction.
There's no reason to be coy here. We already talked to the guards. They know she's army. I mean, we just can be upfront with them.
So I, make it so that my insignia is visible, and I
Okay.
walked.
Okay. It's two women. One is about 5'5", short, wavy, auburn hair, brown eyes, pinkish skin. Looks like she's still not fully acclimated to the sun, maybe. Walking beside her is another woman, only about 5'1", but straight red hair, green eyes, paler skin, but it looks a little weathered, and she's really muscular.
Okay.
She is what most people would refer to as full-bodied. But it looks like it's all muscle.
I thought you were gonna say a fire plug, but
Nope.
Husky. That's the boy version. Husky.
Anyway, I walk up and I say, "Hi, my name is Tasha Greenvale. I'm a lieutenant from Irma."
And you see them both go, oh,
Oh, that's really not necessary. I'm not that kind of lieutenant.
if you are a lieutenant, then you are a lieutenant. There is, it is not like being pregnant. No? It's you are or you are not.
I understand what you're saying, but I don't have any, people that I command or anything. And
Well, that doesn't matter. I mean, you've got, rank.
very well.
They're saluting the rank of the person.
That's beside the point. Point is,
I'm Red, and this is Sneak.
Red and Sneak.
Nicknames. That is what we call each other.
Oh, that's lovely.
I am Stunheld Herd, and this is Ald Red Nailer.
Oh, okay.
But she's called Red, and I am called Sneak because it is what I am good at.
Ah.
Now,
Well,
the guards at the gate said something about you smelling something that smelled like death.
yes.
And where was this?
Unfortunately, at the seamstress's house.
Oh.
Yes, we were trying to inquire about a dress for my companion, pointing towards Arabelle. And we knocked on the door and smelled something ghastly.
And this is Barletta Dorgan's house.
Exactly.
Oh, this is not going to be good. But I suppose we should go look.
Yes, I think we should.
Yes.
Since I'm gonna follow Tasha, since we got the army, maybe we can actually.
Well, you start walking toward her, and they turn and start walking toward the house.
Yes.
Yeah, follow them.
We're gonna follow, I'm assuming, right?
Well, you're already there. They're
Yeah.
walking
Oh.
back to where you are.
Yeah.
Oh, I see.
Okay. Sorry, I misunderstood.
That's okay.
As did I.
And
Left you guys for just a minute.
I figured we would have followed you at a not eavesdropping. Listen.
It's not really necessary. I didn't go far.
I can't say that I smell anything.
Really?
I don't smell anything either.
I could really smell it. It was horrible.
Perhaps you could try the door?
Well, I could try the door. Certainly, I could try the door. And she reaches out, and it is locked from the inside.
Oh, but this person's been gone and we smell death. You can't break down the door and try to see if she's there or not?
Or, I mean, if you're sneaky, perhaps you know how to open the door
Oh,
a less.
of course I do, but I'm not supposed to do that sort of thing unless it's an emergency. Well,
I do it.
I'm gonna go walk around the building.
I'll do it.
Don't help.
No, I don't think
Is that
you
okay,
will.
Lieutenant?
I don't think you will.
Did you
Is that okay, Lieutenant?
Don't help.
Yes, ma'am.
So, Red starts to walk around the building. She walks around the right-hand side of the building, disappears. And a couple minutes later, you see her walking quickly from the back around the other side of the building, and she looks at Sneak and says, "Oh, it's awful back there. Yeah, open the door." "So you smelled it too?" "Yes, open the door." "All right." So
Body must be towards the back of the house.
she leans down and pulls out a familiar set of lockpicks, and she doesn't do it as quickly as you could have, Airman, but she does get the door unlocked.
She's proficient.
And she looks at everybody and says,
Cover your
uh,
no.
"If you would wait here, Lieutenant, you are welcome to come. The rest of you wait here." And they walk in, and you immediately hit with the smell. The whole house.
Oof, that's brutal.
And you make your way through the front entry room, which is set up sort of like a sitting parlor almost, and down a hallway, past a couple closed doors, and into a kitchen at the back of the building, and there's the body. Oh, that is terrible. Oh, that smells so bad. Oh.
I'm really sorry about that second biscuit.
But, Tasha, now you also see what Airman was describing. I mean, the body is, it has been in a sealed up, like, hothouse for a week, so it is bloated and almost unrecognizable in terms of identification. But the one thing that's very clear is there are these black... It almost looks like if lightning spread down someone's arm, but it was black lightning, and everywhere it went, it left a trail, and that trail erupted. Like the skin ruptured.
It sounds like a spell effect. Has Zori done something like that?
It's possibly an illness, though. Like a pox.
Maybe, maybe not.
Red leans down, and she's pulled out a handkerchief, and she's got it across her mouth and her nose, and she reaches down and reaches out and opens up the eyes on the body, and picks up one of the hands and kind of looks under the fingernails and inspects a couple other things, and she says, "Well, I'm no cleric, but I don't know. I would guess that whoever this is has been here a week, maybe longer." But I don't know what did this.
I have a question. I've heard that this seamstress, if this is the seamstress, had possibly an affair with one of the Recaliad.
Oh,
Yes.
that was such the scandal. Everyone is still reeling, and those who knew him. He always seemed like a very upstanding gentleman. He is very handsome,
Mm-hmm.
but
And married.
yes, I never saw him look sideways at another woman, and believe me, I was watching.
Mm.
Because I am not married.
So I guess that's cute. So I guess my question is, people saw him enter her house. Did they see her?
I was not involved in the investigation. That was handled by the Rekeliad, so I cannot answer that question. I'm sorry.
Okay. But I
Yeah,
mean,
they don't
I can't.
they don't really tell us a lot about what goes on. If they're doing something, they keep to themselves, and they don't tell us unless they think we need to know. And believe me, this was not one of those times.
Alrighty. Well,
Tasha?
just curious.
I yell from speak from the door. Tasha,
Yeah.
may I enter?
No. You really don't want to come in here.
I've seen death, Tasha.
This is more than death.
Maybe something she might be more aware of, being what she is.
Just
My friend is a cleric. Would it be all right if she took a look?
You are the ranking officer on the scene. If you want one of your companions to come in and assist, that is your call.
All right, come on in.
come in. Walk towards their voices.
All right. Well, it's pretty clear what direction they are, and you can see them sort of at the end of the hallway. So you get down there and see the body. And Sneak says, "So you are a cleric, Turora?"
I originally trained as a cleric, but now I'm a paladin.
Oh, I see. Well, my partner seems to think that whoever this is has been dead a week, give or take. You look down at the body. Do you want to inspect the body?
Yeah.
Okay. Make a medicine check.
Yeah, I got my thing in my hand. Yes, guidance. And not great. Dirty 20.
Let me get down to that part.
Not bad.
Not even half breath.
Okay. It's good enough. You are able to tell that this body has been dead for, you would estimate, 10 days.
How long ago was the Oversentinel scene coming in here?
Make an intelligence check.
Oh, okay. I asked. I don't know. 16.
You remember this morning at breakfast, Wiggy going, "Yeah, it happened, let's see, what is today? Today's 8 days ago."
I look at Red and Sneak. I thought when I heard about the scandal, that it was only a little over a week ago. Is that right?
That's what I heard.
It could be. I do not remember exactly, but that sounds right.
As far as I can tell from the state of her body, this person's been dead for at least 10 days.
You see Sneak and Red kind of look at each other like, "Oh."
So whoever they think he came to see, it was not her.
Make an Arcana check as you're examining the body.
Okay. Wish I had Zori. At least I have Torora. Let's see. A 1 + 1 + 3 is 5. Somebody should get Zori.
5. Well, you know what? It's enough.
Odd.
Because you realize that this appears to be the result of a spell that you can cast, but it was clearly cast at a much higher power level than you're capable of.
Does it inflict wounds?
It is.
Ooh.
Oh my God.
Literally.
That's what I could figure. I knew what the spell was. This was cast by, oh, I want to say divine because that implies good, but
So
was-
this was the result of something holy and not arcane.
or unholy.
It was done by someone with powers granted by their deity.
Sneak looks at Red and goes, This, that Oversentinel, is he a spellcaster? Not that I know of. He's a sword guy.
I think we need to talk to the Arch Sentinel. She was the one in charge of the investigation, correct?
Well, I mean, I think first we need to talk to more army people because this is still an army thing.
Right, but it does impact their investigation as well.
Absolutely. But first we need to go through proper channels.
Yes.
So
Sadly.
you are volunteering to assist in this?
Absolutely.
Well,
I mean, it kind of fell into our laps.
that
So we
is
need to go
true.
back to the tower, the guard tower at the entrance.
Well, that is not necessary. Where are you staying?
The Ivory's Raft.
Oh, of course. What we can do is we will take this back to our commander and let him know that you are here, Lieutenant, and that you are traveling with your own assistance, and that if he or she wants your assistance, they can come and find you.
Absolutely. We will be back there drinking beer. Well, I will be.
All right. Well, yes, we will. We will definitely report this immediately to our commanding officer.
We should lock everything back up until someone can come.
Well, of
Well,
course.
You see Red reach into a bag at her waist and pull out a ribbon. And she also pulls out a hammer and a couple nails and takes the ribbon and nails it diagonally across the doorway.
Neat.
I'm going to.
What color is the ribbon?
Black.
Ah,
As I.
This lets everybody know that this is a scene under investigation. They're not to enter.
I will, as I get up from the, before I get up from from the body, I'll say a quick prayer over her. And then get up and head out.
All right. So you get outside. They seal the building, and Sneak and Red both tell you they will head off and report this back to their commanding officer immediately, and that if their commanding officer needs anything else from you or wants your assistance or wants to talk to you, that they or someone else will likely come to the Ivory's Wrath and either talk to you there or request that you come back with them to wherever the officer happens to be.
Just try and keep this quiet.
And I say, it was nice to meet both of you. I wish it were under better circumstances.
Oh, it was very nice to meet you too. It is always interesting to meet sisters in the army from somewhere else.
Indeed.
Yeah, sorry we had to meet like this. That wasn't great. But we'll see you again, I'm sure.
And we take off and head for the Ivory Wrath.
All right.
When we get there, I'm going to go straight up to my room and put on my normal gear.
Okay.
Oh, did we not want to go to the store and get healing kits first?
That's just before we go out.
Okay,
You have one tomorrow.
I do.
You get
With
10
9.
units instead of 1, so.
Yeah, you get 10.
Right, because it's got 9 because I used 1 on you.
Yeah, I'll ask about it when I get back down.
Okay.
As you're changing, you do find that piece of parchment that Wiggy gave to Zorth, that Zorth gave to you, and you notice too that one of the names on that list is the name of the woman that you were talking to outside her home.
Yeah. I figured that's what she wanted me to look at. Right.
Yep. And that there are still 8 more names on there.
Okay.
And as you change and come back down to determine what you're going to do next, that's where we're going to take a break. Because we're about halfway through, and so it's time for a break.
Good time.
So we will be back in 10. We hope you will be too. welcome back.
Keep eating. Good boy.
Hope you had a good break. We did. It was too short, but it always is. So.
Always short.
Yeah. All right. So, you have arrived back at the Ivory's Wrath Tavern. What would you like to do?
Well, I'm drinking a beer
All right.
Still got it, don't we, Zori?
because I just saw the grossest body I may have ever seen, and that requires a beer.
What did you say, Mike?
Chairman says we still got it, don't we, Zori?
We do.
Yeah, that was clever.
Little razzle dazzle. A little look up here, look up here, look up here.
Look at the grouse. Look at the grouse.
Whippoorwill,
The
whippoorwill.
elf's fleecing you behind the curtain. A few minutes later, I'll come. Well, 10 minutes later. I think that's how long it takes to put the armor on. She comes back down.
All right. And
So-
you see Alaric is just walking to the table, and he's bringing a large stein of beer for Tasha.
Bless you.
And he says, "What can I get the rest of you?"
Tea, please.
Yes, I believe that'll be fine. Tea.
Hard cider?
I think we have some left, yes. Did you have a preference?
No.
Shall I surprise you?
Yes.
Very well.
Arabelle has a much better poker face than Pam.
So does Tasha. Tasha's like,
Chairman, but he's not trying to hide it. He's smirking like crazy.
oh my lord. Hilarious. That's the best.
So it takes a few minutes because he has to boil the water. But once he does, he comes back with the makings for tea for the two of you, and comes back with a corked bottle about 3/4 the size of a wine bottle, and it's dusty.
For me?
Yep. And he puts down a glass mug and says, "Hopefully it hasn't gone off. It should be just about right."
Thank you. Thank you very much. And I uncork and pour it.
All right.
And I hold it up. Does it look right?
It's interesting. It's a kind of a light amber color, but it's also got a slight greenish tint to it.
Ooh.
What is it?
I hold it up to him. Like, does it look all right?
That is what it's supposed to be. That's the color.
I take a sip.
It is unlike anything you've tasted before in terms of flavor. It's clearly a cider, and it's rather light, but it has a taste that's almost like a combination between like an apricot and the way a flower smells. It's not unpleasant, but it's distinctly different.
And I will say, wow, this is delicious. What is this?
My own recipe. It's desert pear.
Oh,
Ooh.
desert pear. And I'll offer my cup to Tasha and see if she wants any.
Hell yeah.
Try it. It's delicious.
I try a little.
It's very good. It's different.
This is extraordinary. You are a man of many talents.
So I keep telling people.
Sorry, I laughed.
Well, you are certainly not a liar either.
Well,
Thank you.
I'll leave you to enjoy your drinks. If you need anything else, you know where I'll be.
Absolutely.
I will be drinking, but I will also be right back. But I will be drinking.
Okay.
And I slide towards Arabella and say, he wants to pop her cork.
Probably a more delicate way to say that. Or a more flattering one, but
No less appropriate.
I think he's intrigued.
I think he's smitten. I mean, he clearly doesn't get out his special brew for all the girls.
Right. And his own private stores of preserves.
Mm-hmm.
Well, no, she's still sitting here.
We're
right?
whispering to each other, but we have to talk loudly so we can hear.
Right.
We're being like this. She clearly knows we're talking about her, though. Obviously, she just gave us.
Sure.
Too entertaining.
Were you laughing at me when I left?
Yes.
Yes. Well,
Mostly.
they were. Tasha and Arabelle were kind of giggling about Zoreth. Let's put it that way.
And we were whispering, kind of like.
I just head down, drink, just drinking. Not like drunk, but just
Mm-hmm.
just keep my head down.
down, sipping.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
You're a little pink for what we can see of your face.
Perhaps perhaps probably.
Could be the sun, for all you know. You were
Could
actually
be
out in the
sun.
desert
We were
sun
outside
for
most
hours.
of the day.
Yes, must be that.
So.
All right. So let's take a look at this list, shall we?
Yeah, I pull it out, set it on the table. So we've talked to Cathala Hurley.
Who else is on the list?
There is a Malton Vresk, Vresk.
Oh, that cricket.
Yep. Oh, there's two.
Oh, those
There's
crickets.
one close and one a little bit further off. So, yes, it's this delightful stereo cacophony going on.
Hey, they're part of the show now.
Yep.
They're in the cast.
I'll add them to
Frickin'
the
frack.
credits at the end of the show.
Right.
Cricket 1 and Cricket 2, played by Cricket 1 and Cricket 2. There is a Janel, Janyl, Vertigolian, Vertigolien.
So close.
I did IAN. I was really
I know, me too.
Someone named Sot, S-O-T, Thrasdal, with 2 L's.
These names.
D&D.
There is the next name after Kithalia's is Vilkudo, Vilkudo, just one word. Then there is a Begilda Stanier, Begilda. And the last name is Stanier. Then the next two names have bracket joining them on the side. The first name is Hubald, 2 foot, Huebald.
Great name.
The other name on the bottom of the bracket is Saradas Cutton, Saradas C, and then the rest of it like button. And then the last name is Nevip, Nevip, Pepipran, or Pebipran, Pebipran.
Well, if we can get the army to allow us to assist in the investigation, we'll have every ability to go talk to the witnesses again, because this is now a murder investigation.
Yep.
All the authorities.
You got to deputize us, Sheriff. Yeah, you, Tasha.
Me? I can't deputize you.
Sure you can.
Not really, but you can still be my associates. I do not have that power.
You know, the only thing you could do would be to conscript them into the army.
We already had that conversation.
Yeah.
Ooh, yeah.
That's the only power you have in terms of granting any sort of authority.
No thanks, I'm fine.
You're welcome.
We are your group of specialists.
Yes, and I appreciate you greatly. So much so that I won't conscript you.
You're right, you won't.
Well, what are we going to do for the rest of the day? I mean, are we just going to sit around and wait for the army to tell us we're allowed to look into things, or?
At this point, we kind of have to wait for them. I mean, we can ask a little bit. And we've already met the sage. We could go back and ask her a few more questions.
Yeah, we just normally be here, right?
Yeah, let's
Yeah.
we should wait for the next step to come to us this time.
Yes.
Zorth, do you still have that healer's kit?
I do.
I wondered if it might be all right if I carry it.
Absolutely. I was actually thinking of going shopping.
Yeah, I want to get additional healer's kit. I was reading back on my notes from the sanctum, and I think that I can use this similar to the healing potions, but I think based on my skill with medicine, I can actually do a little bit of healing with these.
Oh, excellent. It has 9 uses left. I used the one on you when they tried to kill you, those bastards. And I hand it over.
It's hilarious.
Now, take it out of my thing.
Arabelle, if you're going to go shopping, do you need a little money?
Oh, a healer's kit shouldn't be more than a couple of gold. I think I have 6 gold left.
Okay.
I can go with her.
I think that's a great idea.
I have some money.
Alaric comes wandering over. Are you interested in lunch?
Why, yes.
Arabelle?
Going to day drink, there should be food.
Just something light. My stomach is a little,
Queasy?
yeah.
Sure.
Well, have a salad of desert greens and melon and I think carrots.
That sounds lovely. I'll have some.
A salad and bread.
Certainly. And the
Biscuits. Do you have any biscuits left?
yes, they're not warm.
That's fine. Salad and biscuits.
And the chef has managed to make a honey-based dressing. It's not overly sweet. It's very light.
That sounds delicious.
It's
Yes,
very good
please.
on the melon.
Yes, please.
Is there anything else?
Oh, of course. We have breads and various leftover meats and cheeses to make sandwiches.
A charcuterie tray.
Get out of my head.
I
Head.
know what you got for Christmas. I helped get it for you.
Well, thank you.
Oh, you're welcome.
Yeah, I would like a sandwich.
Okay. He says, I will bring bread for the table and some biscuits. And I will also just bring a platter of meats and cheeses, and you may assemble as you wish.
That sounds lovely. Thank you.
Is it busy in here?
It's getting busy.
Okay.
Because right now it's about probably 11:30, 11:45. So it's going to get busy in about 15 minutes.
Before the rush.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
I rolled a 28 for sleight of hand.
Okay.
I pull out some gold, and it's sitting in front of Arabelle.
Arabelle, make a perception check.
Nope.
So you
With advantage, I get a 10.
you pick up your mug and you take a drink of tea and you sit it back down and there's gold that wasn't there a second ago.
Look around at the three of them.
I have no idea.
I'd
I
put
just
that
wrote-
away if I were you.
I do.
How much was
19.
it?
19.
Okay.
Thank you, Airman.
Turn this light off.
All right. So the food comes out shortly. The dressing is quite good on the salad.
There we go.
What do desert greens look like?
Some of it is like thistle. Some of it looks like dandelion leaves.
Oh, well, those are tasty.
Yeah, it looks odd, but it doesn't taste odd.
Okay.
Dressing.
It's actually an interesting taste combination between the thistly greens are almost a little bitter, but with the melon and the dressing, it kind of balances out that bitter to sweet spectrum nicely.
That's cool.
I'm trying to make this drink last as long as I can.
Well,
Like sipping on it.
I'm not.
you estimate that there are 2 more full mugs full in that bottle.
And I say, here's to day drinking.
Yes, and I'll pour like another one, but then I'll nurse that one.
Okay. And as you start to get toward the bottom of your glass, Tasha, Alaric walks over and sets another one down in front of you.
I like you.
I know the signs.
Are Mike and Pam
Right.
gone?
We should be back now.
Oh, there you are.
I swapped.
Ah. Okay.
Swapped?
Yeah, I went to my phone hotspot.
Oh, okay. Okay. And I say, well, I appreciate the fact that you are so attentive.
It's always wise to treat the friends of unimportant men such as Regillium well.
Well,
And I make myself. Did he bring out the stuff? Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So I make myself a sandwich. I throw some mustard on it.
Okay. All right. It does start to fill up a little bit. You can see people coming in. There's a contingent of guards that come in. No one that you recognize. There's also a small contingent of Raqueliad that come in and sit at one of the booths that you can sort of isolate yourself a little bit from the rest of the room in.
I just say we.
Are they far away from us then?
Yeah.
Damn it.
I just eat. Per usual.
I surreptitiously just take in the whole place and keep an eye on where the Raqueliad are.
All right. Make a perception check.
28. No, sorry, 24.
24. All right. You've got a pretty good idea. Most of the people here seem to be working class. There are a few that you would guess are merchants of some kind. They're a little bit better dressed. And there's the contingent of the Outer Enclave Guard. And the contingent of the Raqueliad.
Okay. Can I hear anybody talking?
You can hear lots of people talking.
Anything interesting?
Make an investigation check.
23.
Mostly it's just general talk about, people's works or their families. You overhear one item that catches your attention. The one of the tables that has 3 of the better dressed people. You catch just a bit of the conversation. You catch the name Dorgon. And then you hear someone else say, "Well, good. She probably got what she deserved."
Ooh.
and you figure out that the news of her death is already spreading.
Was that Raqueliad or guard? Not that we would know.
Neither.
No, those were merchants.
Oh, merchants talking. Okay,
Yep.
but I didn't hear it. She did. I was just from a note.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it was a table of. You assume they're merchants. They're much finer clothing than anybody else really in the place.
Anybody else talking about it?
Not that you can hear.
Okay. And I, kind of whisper to Arabelle and Airman. I just overheard merchants over there talking about somebody's death.
Mm.
And you heard the name Dorgon, which is Barletta's last name.
Oh, okay. And Barletta's last name.
Wow, news gets out fast.
Not surprising.
People talk.
They were already talking about her, and now there's a black ribbon on her door. So.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty definitive. Do we see the sage?
Make a perception check.
$25.
You look around the room. You do not see the sage.
Darn it.
So, can I point out the elephant in the room real quick?
Sure.
Yeah.
So, Arabelle said that she was killed with a clerical spell.
Yeah, I'm wondering if it was the Jacoban.
Didn't we fight a knucklehead that I put down on the bank when the sprite was attacked?
Yes, a dark cleric.
Mm-hmm.
What are the chances it's the same person?
Or similar.
Cult.
Probably not the same person because we're pretty far away.
Right, but he teleported back.
Yeah.
Oh, good point.
We don't know where he went.
I mean, it could be, but I think it's safe to say that she died before the Raqueliad Sentinel, right?
Oversentinel.
Yeah. But
Yeah.
Just
So I don't think he did it, and it was before he even went to their house. So
Right, yeah.
no.
No, he didn't do it.
No, I think it was that Jagravani priest.
Or one of them.
Someone Jaggervan probably.
So somebody disguised as the Oversentinel.
Yep. It's easy
Yep.
magic.
Yep.
I need somebody to make a history check. You all can decide who makes it. But just one person.
Okay. Who has history good?
Oh, I have +4.
That's all I've got.
Me
yeah,
too.
I'm a 2.
All right.
Whose dice do we trust?
Annette.
Yeah, and that's usually rolls well.
Okay, and I will. Is it something I could guide her?
No. Because this isn't anything that you're really conscious of.
19. So that would be 23.
23. You stop and think for a moment, counting back the days, and you realize that if it was in fact, as Arabelle said, 10 days ago,
Mm.
that's the same day that attack happened
On us.
on the river.
Now, would I know that disguise self is only specific magics of school?
What do you mean?
Well, like in order to turn yourself into someone else, like disguise self would, not everybody can do it.
Yeah, you would know that. But
Okay.
you would also know that there are other means of doing that as well.
Oh, good point.
Out of disguise, and isn't there like a rogue skill or? I mean, there's
Yeah, there's a trickery kit, disguise kit.
Mm-hmm.
dude. This
So-
guy sounds-
So I say 10 days ago was when we did get attacked on the sprite.
Can't be a coincidence.
Nobody really knew we were coming here. Or it could just be a coincidence.
I mean,
doesn't necessarily mean it's the same person. It just
I think it's safe to say that the Jagravana are behind this, though.
yes, destabilizing the
Mm-hmm.
Gilead is,
Right.
and she was convenient, right? I mean, she was known to be a dissenter, and he's a good-looking guy. So
And his family was away. Anyone who could have given him an alibi, and it was just an opportune.
I don't know why they didn't get rid of the body, though. That seems sloppy.
Mm-hmm.
well, most people wouldn't have been able to tell how long, and they might have thought in the murder on him too, which would further.
All right. That makes sense. I don't know. It would have been safer to just get rid of the body. That's just me.
It would, unless you were trying to frame him. Yeah, absolutely.
Well, no, I mean, he's already framed. His
Right.
reputation is ruined.
Right.
Well, there's a
But
difference between
murder-
adultery and murder.
Right. But what does he have to gain from murdering her? Nothing.
Maybe the
But
wife.
what does someone have to gain from pinning straight adultery onto murder to someone else? I mean, like, yeah, you're in trouble, you've ruined your reputation, but now I want you in jail.
Or at
You're
least
not
just,
able to do your job.
that he's a murderer, because it doesn't take much in a town to, even if they couldn't prove it, for him to be whispered about as a killer.
True.
And they had no reason to think she was dead.
Yeah.
They simply
Thought she left.
she left because of everything that happened.
And had it been much longer, it probably would have. You wouldn't have been able to tell that he'd been dead longer than that happened.
Right. And I mean, you don't even know if it was her, really,
Correct.
because you two have never met her. And didn't you say that the face was not necessarily?
Yeah, very.
Bloated.
The whole body was bloated. it was so distended that you wouldn't have been able to recognize who it was if you did, if you did know who she was.
That's something to think about. Also, I mean,
Yeah, it could not be her, but I'm pretty sure it's her.
Yeah, I think she was convenient. So once we have the okay from the army, I think we need to start working through this list.
Yes.
So we also not only what did they see that night, but what did they see a few days before?
right.
When did they see her last?
In public, right.
Yes. So I guess that answers the question that I had, because I was wondering, people had seen the Oversentinel go into the house, but I doubt anybody saw her.
Right, they just heard her. That's what we were told before, but that's not difficult. Right?
No, that's an easy spell.
Well, are we done eating?
Yeah, I'm done eating. Maybe one more piece of bread.
Let's see. All right. Tasha and Araman, you are sitting on the side of the table facing, looking at sort of the entrance.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
You see a figure walk in, relatively tall.
Okay.
You can see slightly pointed ears.
Half elven.
Little bit of a beard. Dressed in chainmail that looks to be in very good shape. He's got a shield on his back. You can't see what the insignia is. He's carrying a longsword on one hip and a dagger on the other. And as he walks in, the table full of the Airmaw guards, one of them sees him and immediately stands up, and the others kind of look around and stand up and do the same, or start to, and he's like...
The army guards?
Yeah.
Okay.
And he walks up to the bar, and Alaric walks over, and the two of them talk for a little bit, and you see Alaric look and nod in your direction. And you see
Airman looks at Tasha and says, "He looks really important."
Mm-hmm.
And when he says this, Zorith and Arabelle, you kind of like, who?
Glance over.
He turns and begins walking your direction. He's lithe but well-toned, and his face looks like what most male bards wish their face looked like. He's exceptionally pretty.
Hello, sailor. You in town?
But he walks over and do you still have your insignia out, Tasha?
Yep.
He walks over, looks around the table, and looks at Tasha and says, "Lieutenant, I'm Captain Caro. At ease."
Please, have a seat.
Thank you. And he sits down next to you, looks across the table at Arabelle and goes, "Ah, greetings, sister." And you notice that he's wearing a pendant at the top of his armor that is a golden star.
Nice.
I smile and nod. Pleasure to meet you.
And you
Wink,
are...
wink, nudge, nudge. No more.
This is Arabelle.
Lady Arabelle.
And I say, and this is Araman.
Lord Araman.
Sup?
Oh my gosh.
Indeed.
I think it's just there.
Ah.
And
Zoreth.
this is Zoreth.
How do you do? So, I have spoken with Privates Hurd and Naylor, and they told me of your assistance in finding the body of Barletta Dorgon.
Poor woman.
I look around. Has anybody tried to listen in on this conversation?
Make a perception check.
21.
Yes, although all of them are trying not to look like they are. Basically, everybody, including the merchants, the only people that don't seem to be interested in the captain of the Armagh Guard are the Rykeliad. You don't see any difference in behavior from that booth, what little you can see of them.
Do you think we should see if Aloric has a private area we could talk? We seem to be. I wave at the people listening, letting them know I can hear them.
And they kind of go, Captain Caro kind of smirks and says, "They're not going to hear anything that isn't going to be talked about on the street.
Okay.
We're not going to be sharing state secrets."
Okay.
So, Aldretta mentioned that you, Lieutenant, would be willing to assist us with this
Absolutely.
investigation. Are the rest of you military as well?
Ooh.
We have different talents that combine to make a good investigative team.
I see.
We are specialists.
And these are your crew.
Yes.
Very well.
I vouch for them.
Very well. And how is Captain Ranmore?
He was great the last time I saw him.
Good.
Except for this hiccup is. Never mind.
No.
No.
Captain Ranmore is her
Guy we had
mentor.
dinner.
Oh,
Yeah.
The
right.
dwarf.
Yeah.
He came over for dinner. He's very pleasant. It was lovely.
Yeah.
Good. Well, tell him that Tilath Caro says hello. It's good
I
to
will
hear
be
that he's doing well.
Yes. He still keeps his hand in for sure.
Of course. Well, all right. Have you an idea how you would like to proceed, I'm more than happy to leave this to you and your associates.
We have a list of people that we would like to question or interview about. They were possibly the last people to see or hear Ms. Gorgon, or sorry,
Dorgan.
We'd like to have a list, right?
What?
We'd like to have a list. No, she meant we'd like to have a list. We need a list to start from.
Oh.
Yes. Yes, if you know who last spoke with or think they saw or heard.
We would start with her first.
He reaches down and opens up a pouch that kind of runs down the outside of his right leg and pulls out basically what looks like a leather folder, and hands it to you, Tasha.
Oh.
And says, "These are copies of the records that we have so far. Now, granted, we don't have much. This was quickly taken over by the Rakeliad, who chose not to share any of the information with us," and he kind of glares at the booth.
Glares where?
At the booth where the Rakeliad soldiers are sitting.
Got it.
Will they try to take this investigation over?
There's no need to. They don't care about her.
Ah.
They care about their Oversentinel.
That might be a little short-sighted.
Well, yes, but have you dealt with barbarian clans before, Lieutenant?
Not really.
They're very insular. And they're very, well, let's just say focused on anything to do with their honor. And beyond that, they don't seem to overmuch care.
I respect that.
I doubt that there will be any interference from them.
Even if gossip points the finger his way for her murder?
There's gossip and there's testimony. If there is testimony that suggests that he is responsible for her death, then they will likely attempt to once again seize the investigation. But gossip? What isn't gossiped about in the Edge? For a large town, it's a small village when it comes to gossip.
Most places are.
Yes.
All right. Well, we will.
What you have in there are the notes that my soldiers were able to make with their preliminary investigation, as well as a list of the names and professions and location of those they were able to interview.
All right. How many people are on the list?
9.
Aha.
If you wish to speak with them again, simply tell them that you are working as liaison with me, and that you have full authority to investigate this.
Thank you very much. I certainly will.
Not at all. This is something I don't have to take my troop off watch or guard duty to investigate. So it is I who am grateful. This is unexpected assistance where I did not expect any.
Well, we're happy to help.
I look around and kind of lower my voice. You had any suspected incursion by the Jagravanans
Constantly.
in the city?
Occasionally. But we have methods of detecting them.
What are those?
Well, we have... I'm not someone who is well versed in magic. I have what little Terrara grants to paladins. But we do have the ability to sense their morality, if you will. I assume you came through one of the checkpoints when you entered the city originally.
We did.
Yep.
3 guards. 2 to interview those coming in, and 1 sitting at a desk taking notes.
Yes.
Did you notice that the one at the desk, when you walked in, looked up and immediately put on a pair of spectacles? Those spectacles allow the person wearing them to see the relative morality of whoever they look at.
Wow.
Do you have a spare set we could use?
We do not. But anyone who is
I should be able to cast.
shaded towards the darker levels of morality is not automatically admitted. They are detained and interviewed extensively, and most often turned out of the city.
Is there a way that you can get into the city sewers or something else from outside without having to go through a checkpoint?
Not that I'm aware of.
Or how well are their delivery carts and stuff checked through?
Oh, we're very careful. The High Commander has made it clear that this city's purpose is to guard against the threats coming from the desert. Primarily those from the Temple of Jagravana. And so we take our job quite seriously.
Right.
I only have one question. Is there anyone exempt from that interview process
No.
at all?
Even
Not-
the Rachiliad?
Not unless they're already known.
So the Rachiliad would be...
No. If one of their clan members who is not a stationed member of the Rachiliad comes through, they are subjected to the same admission scrutiny as everyone else.
So what if someone looked like someone who is well known, but actually was not?
Our ability to detect relative morality is not dependent on visage.
Okay.
If someone came through who had a dark morality and ill intentions, it would not matter what guise they wore. They would still resonate with the darker morality.
If they came through a checkpoint.
There is, to my knowledge, no other way into the city. Unless, of course, they can fly.
Teleporting?
Well, if that is the level of opponent we're facing, we're woefully understaffed.
Mm.
Tell you how she died?
Pardon?
Did they tell you how she died?
Yes. It was you who was there with them, yes?
Yes.
And you are certain not only of the time of death but the cause of death?
Yes.
Well, that's as certain as I need to be.
It was either a cleric or a paladin of some deity.
Of a pretty high level, right?
No, inflict wounds is a very low level spell.
Right, but you know that to cause that amount of physical damage, it had to be cast at a significantly higher power level than the minimum level necessary for the spell.
Fairly
You did know
high.
that. That doesn't bode well.
Mm-mm. You might want to ask for reinforcements.
I thought that's what we were.
Well, I will definitely consider, if in fact you find out that your suspicions are true, I will be ready to send for reinforcements. But, as you well know, I need proof before my requests will be considered, let alone fulfilled.
Right.
All right. Well, if you need anything else, simply flag down one of the guards. They will have some idea where I am.
It was great to meet you.
It was a pleasure to meet you, Lieutenant. Ladies, sir. He gets up and walks over and, exchanges a couple words with Alaric and then heads out.
Well, nice to know we've got a little leeway.
Mm-hmm.
One's going to be trying to keep us from doing what we need to do.
And you look at the list. You look at the notes and documents that he gave you.
Same.
Same names, but a little bit more information. Malton Vresk is actually retired Army, and you have his address. Janil Vertigolian is a housekeeper. And you know where she works. Sot Throstel is a bouncer.
I'm thinking hack work.
And you get back to the right page here. Nope, too far. There we go. You know where he lives, but it also says that he works at the Blue Spider, which it's there is a parentheses and an IE after the Blue Spider.
IE?
Yep. Make an intelligence check.
Straight intelligence. 16.
Probably stands for Inner Enclave.
Oh.
Yeah. So he's somebody that you'd have to talk to when he's not at work.
He set something in the inner enclave?
He works in the inner enclave,
Interesting.
but lives in the outer enclave.
Mm. Good enough to work there.
Yeah.
Not good enough to live there.
Very interesting.
He might have a very interesting perspective.
Good enough to hire, not good enough to marry. Yep.
Wow.
Kithala has a home in the outer enclave, and she does all her work from there. Let's see. Vilkudo. Vilkudo, they have his address. He also lives in the outer enclave but works in the inner enclave. Begilda is also a housekeeper. You know where she works. You find out why Hubald and Saradus had that bracket next to their names. They both work at the same bakery. And
Okay.
Nevip works at a laundry in the outer enclave.
Okay.
So there's two that I think we should go to first.
All right. Who do you think?
I think we should go to the retired army
Okay.
and the bouncer.
The one who works in the inner enclave.
No, well, the bouncer.
Yeah.
Yeah, he works.
Okay.
There are two that work in the inner enclave. One of
Oh.
them is probably at work right now
Okay.
because he works at one of the two blacksmithies in
Oh,
Thunder's Edge.
okay. All
Well,
right.
So he probably works
um,
days.
Right.
the retired army is probably going to have a pretty astute perception to see stuff like that happen and have details.
Mm-hmm.
And the bouncer is used to looking for trouble and may have some insight as well.
Nice.
I want to talk to the guy at the laundry.
We'll talk to all of them,
Right.
but
If she, find out if she sent her clothes out, when was the last time she did? Maybe the house, they tend to know all the gossip too.
All right. Well, it's now about 1 o'clock. And you have the afternoon and the evening in front of you. So, what would you like to do?
Find a store. General store, I think, is all I need.
All right. You know from having talked to Wiggy that there is a general store called Bell's Ends
Oh, yeah.
that is up further around the inner enclave from the seamstress's house and the gate that you went to. There is also just like a minute's walk to the east, the alchemist's shop known as Shrooms and Cure.
We should have asked if we're
Right.
gonna have a body out of there because I'd like to investigate the house, but I don't want to do it while it stinks. It's gonna stink for a while, but
Yeah.
well, from what I noticed, nothing was messed up. Like nothing was disturbed.
I didn't see anything either. I think there's nothing. There aren't any real clues in the house. The clues are in what people have observed.
And always skewed to their way of thinking.
Sure.
Always skewed.
All right. So you want to go to the general store first, and then we can go find the army guy?
Whatever.
What did you need at the store?
Yeah.
I get some paper and a pen.
Oh.
Quill and ink.
That won't take long. Let's go do that first. I know you like to take notes.
Airman offered some of his, Zori.
You can have some of mine.
Oh. I'll let you keep that in your book. You keep it. It's fine.
So we go to the store.
All right. It takes you a little while because you have to walk towards the back of the city from where you're at.
Okay.
Let's try that again. There we go. Okay.
It's a big circle.
Yeah.
How tall are the walls? The inner enclave walls?
They look to be about 15 feet high.
Okay.
Same height as the walls around the city itself.
Okay.
All right, so you walk around and you make that that left turn right here, and then make the right turn here, and you walk past what appears to be another temple of Eidos.
Yay. Oh no, we like those, right? Or is that the
Eidos is the god of merchants.
okay, yeah.
Yeah.
God of money. Yeah.
Yeah.
And you find right here a shop that has a sign out front that reads Bell's End, and it's got a picture of a bell on it.
Must be it.
Yep.
Go in.
All right. Well, you head on in, and as you open the door, a bell rings on the door.
Just do a general pass to see what's on the shelves and behind the counter and stuff.
It looks like an average general store.
Anything you need in general is here.
Uh-huh.
Look for the proprietor.
You see a gentleman. He's very tall and rather wide, not front to back, but side to side. He's very broad-shouldered. His skin is rather dark, and you can see at his wrists, where they come out of his shirt, and on his neck, that there are black tattoos in some sort of pattern. He's wearing rather simple clothing, and he's got amber eyes. He's helping someone and kind of looks up and sees you come in and does this to let you know that, he sees you and he'll get to you as soon as he can.
Right.
I turn to Tasha. I say, Tasha, you can't come in here.
Why?
You're only a lieutenant. This is for generals.
That was so bad.
Yep.
He walks behind the counter, and the woman that he's helping, he wraps up something in paper for her and ties it up and hands it to her and takes money from her and puts it down below the counter somewhere. And she walks out, and he comes around the corner wiping his hands and walks up and says, welcome to the Bell's Inn. I'm Adelard Blythe. Welcome to my store. How can I help you?
You want me to go first?
Yes, please.
I'd like some reams of paper and a couple quills.
That we can do. Are you looking for paper that's of a particular quality level? Is this for magic use, or are you just looking for something to write on?
Something to write on.
I can definitely do that. I've got quite a bit. How much were you looking for?
I don't know. Would I know that?
Well, you're buying it by the sheet.
And our previous one was how much, the book?
Oh, I don't remember.
Big?
Yeah.
I don't need that something big. I'll get like 10 sheets.
Okay. Of the average paper, that comes out to 5 silver.
Okay.
It's 5 copper a sheet. So.
Okay.
And then the quills are 2 copper pieces apiece.
Okay.
The ink is what's expensive.
Right.
That's 10 gold a bottle. But he does say, I don't know if this would be of any interest to you, but we get some interest in dyes from some of the plants in the desert, so we've actually got 3 different colors if you're looking for something other than black.
No, this is fine. Thank you.
Yeah, same price. Just for future reference, if you're ever interested, we've got a black, we've got a dark red, and a dark green.
Do you have one that's already pre-bound?
No, we've just got loose.
Okay. So all total, I'll take the 2 quills.
Right.
And then I don't know how many papers. Just 10 is fine.
Then all total that'll be 10 gold, 5 copper, 4 silver. Or no, 10 gold, 5 silver, 4 copper. Sorry.
Okay, thank you.
Right. What else can I help you with?
Do you have any healer's kits?
I think so. Don't get much call for those. Oh! Teroran.
Yes.
All right. Yep. I'm sure we've got at least a couple. How many were you interested in?
Maybe 2.
Maybe all I have left, but Let me go run and check. He goes back behind the counter and drops down. You can just see the top of his head. And he comes up with 2 leather satchels and says, "Yep, that's what I've got left is 2.
Perfect.
5 gold each."
Pull out 10 gold and give it to him. Thank you.
I like your ink. Points to the tattoos.
Oh, thanks. Was bit of a ritual to join a particular group in my youth.
I pull up my sleeve just a little bit and show him, and I say,
"Oh,
nice.
That's nice work."
Yes.
This here is the only one I got. Points to the one on his face.
Right.
Tattoos.
Well, if you ever decide you want something to accompany that, I know a gent. It's pretty
Yeah?
good. He's done touch-up on mine.
Might be interested in that.
He's actually good enough that he can repair tattoos over scars.
Well,
Repair tattoos over scars?
Aye. And he kind of looks around and then he pulls his sleeve up and shows you that there is a massive scar running up his arm, and it looks like it cut off a couple of the patterns on his arm, but
Right.
it has been restored over and through the scar.
Wow.
Did someone take your tattoo off?
No,
Okay.
I just got sliced a little bit.
Ah, all right.
And when it healed, it healed without the ink.
Oh,
So the new skin grew and there was no ink in it. So,
That can happen.
but he was able to restore it, which I'm told is not entirely easy to do with scar tissue. So I'm pretty impressed with him. He's good at what he does.
cool.
But yeah, I'm going on. Anything else I can get you?
I think I'm okay right now.
I think
Oh.
I'm fine.
Are you new to the garrison here?
I'm just traveling through.
And what's your rank, if I can ask?
Lieutenant.
Well, Lieutenant, thanks for coming to the Bell's End.
Well, thank you. It's always good to have a good store.
Well, I try.
Do you sell any weapons?
Oh no. No, you'd have to go to one of the smitheries for that. Trying
There
to
one in-
remember which one specializes in the weapons.
I'm really looking for maybe a crossbow.
see if Tasha can hook you one up with the garrison.
True.
Right.
You'd probably be wanting to. Well, I don't know. Do you have access to the Inner Enclave?
No.
Oh,
Well, there's not much out here for you then.
Okay.
Not
If you
yet.
can manage to get in, go to the Minotaur's Arms.
Minotaur's Arms. Good to know. Do you know anyone who would want to buy a loot? Because I have a spare one.
I might be interested. And how much were you thinking?
I take a fair price. What's your offer?
Have you got it with you?
Yes,
Can I
I
see
take
it?
that.
Okay.
Mhm.
He opens it up and looks it over, strums it a little bit, clumsily puts his fingers on the strings and manages a couple different chords. No. I mean, the chords sound fine, but he's not quick about placing his fingers.
Yeah.
So he just strums, and then it's clear that he's not used to, making his hand work that way. But the chords are true when he does get his fingers placed.
Mm-hmm.
And he says, nice tone. Little road worn. That's to be expected, I'd guess.
Mm-hmm.
You could put a sign on it that says it was used by a bard of Dressfiend.
Aren't all bards dress fiend?
Well,
Yeah.
but not everyone who plays a lute is a bard.
Well, true.
He might feel like it has a little bit of her power imbued in it. Just for marketing.
I could probably manage 15 gold.
Oh, that would be great.
All right.
Thank you.
And he pulls out a little piece of parchment and an inkwell and a quill and scribbles out a quick receipt, and then says, will you sign this for me? That way, if there's any question, everyone will know.
And I sign it.
Okay. And then he goes under the counter and comes out with 15 gold pieces and counts them out on the counter for you.
Oh boy.
Says, all right, there you go. I think I'll start working on that sign.
Nice trade.
Thank you.
Oh, no, thank you. All right, well, if there won't be anything else, if at some point in the future I can help you, don't be afraid to come back and see me.
I certainly won't. It was nice to meet you, sir.
Nice to meet you too, Lieutenant.
Thank you very much.
You're very welcome.
These will come in very handy.
Let's hope not too often.
Well, yes.
All right. So, as it turns out, if you are looking at the addresses for the different people, the military gentleman lives not terribly far away. The retired soldier.
Okay, well, let's go see him.
All right. You backtrack back to the Temple of Eidos, go back toward the Inner Enclave, and then turn again. And there is a house almost right up against the Inner Enclave wall that, according to the records you got from the captain, that is where Malton Vresk lives.
Okay. So we go over, knock.
All right. You hear a voice from inside the house go, I'm coming, I'm coming. You hear a lock, and then the door opens a little bit, and you see a kind of haggard-looking older man who looks out the door and goes, Yeah? And then
Hi.
you see him, like, he's looking at all of you, and then he looks, and he sees, it's like you see him look at the golden star on Arabelle's armor, and then you see him catch sight of your rank insignia, and then he goes, "Oh, what? You coming to draft me now? I done
No,
my bit.
sir.
I done my bit for Lord and Country. I'm retired."
No. We've come to ask about what you saw between the Over Sentinel and Miss Drogan.
Oh, Drosk? Or Krosk? You asking about Krosk?
Yes.
That was damn strange.
Yeah.
I mean,
I
I was... Well, come in. I don't mean to leave you standing outside. Come on in.
thank you.
And you see him... it's a nice house. Messy. He's, like, grabbing clothes off some chairs to make room for everyone to sit.
So like Tim's house.
Yeah, well, not that bad.
Okay.
Not quite that
Like
bad. He says, "Yeah, sit down, sit." So, yeah. That was really weird. I mean,
How so?
well, I known Krosk for years. Yeah. I mean, you know, them Rykeliad kind of standoffish and stuff, but he was a decent fellow. And yeah, I was out that evening, just going for a walk, and happened to be on that side of town and saw him heading down the road. And I remember he's walking kind of funny, like I don't know, maybe he was drunk. That's what I figured, he was drunk, but I did yell hello to him and walked over and shook his hand. I don't remember smelling any alcohol, but I don't know.
He didn't seem himself.
I guess he was. I don't know. You're gonna think I'm crazy.
No, we're not.
Nope. Tell us what you think.
I shook hands with the man a couple hundred times. And
Okay.
this time when I shook his hand, it felt different. But I looked and it was just his hand, so I guess it was just me. Probably my old brain playing tricks on me. But, you know,
Yep.
I don't know. I figured maybe he was drunk enough he couldn't shake hands. I don't know.
Was it how his hand felt or the way he shook your hand?
No, it's how his hand felt.
How did it feel?
Just weird. I mean, like,
Was it too big or too small for his
Yeah.
size?
yeah, too small. It felt like it was smaller than it was.
Did his palms feel less rough?
I don't know about that,
Okay.
but it is probably just, you know, my old brain playing tricks on me, and if he was drunk, it's probably his hand was limp and just felt smaller. I don't know.
Might be nothing, might be something.
Yeah.
Did he seem to know who you were?
Well, he said hello, asked me how I was doing.
Did he
Did you say your name?
No, I don't say his either.
Okay.
We were past that years ago.
Okay.
was there anything about the interaction that was different than how you would normally have spoken to each other?
Not really. I mean, he clearly was headed someplace, and he seemed like he was pretty intense, so, he didn't stick around long.
Okay.
And do you recall what day this was?
I got no idea. What day is it?
Or how many days ago it was? Well, I'd tell him what day it is.
Oh, really? I don't get out a lot anymore. Just taking to reading. So I mostly just stay here and eat when I'm hungry, sleep when I'm tired, and I read.
Retirement sounds wonderful.
Well, it is in some ways. Other ways, it's too quiet. But
Did they interviewed you previously?
yeah,
Was that close to when it happened?
I think so.
Okay.
He rolled a 1 to try and remember.
Gotcha. Well, we can look maybe at the notes from the previous interview to see which day it was. Was it common for him to be in this part of the outer enclave?
I guess. I mean, Cross goes wherever he wants. He's like one of the third in command in the whole place, so.
Anything else? Oh, sorry.
Well, I don't know how much you know about what goes on here in the Edge, but there's Krosk and 3 other Oversentinels, and then there's the Arch Sentinel, and then there's the Lord. So, really not uncommon to see him anywhere in the Edge or even outside of it.
You said you've known Krosk for years.
Yeah, yeah. Known his whole family.
Have you ever had any inclination there was trouble between him and his wife?
No, not at all. I mean, Janella works for Lord Tremaine. She's one of them folks that makes maps. I forget what they're called.
Cartographer.
Yep, I think that's it. But, yeah.
Let's see.
What was his relationship with the dress lady before this happened?
Drogon, right?
How did they know each other?
Dorgon.
Would you?
Barletta Dorgon.
Drogon.
Honest, I didn't know they had one, but I hadn't seen Krosk in a little while since I retired. So I don't know, but them barbarians are all about honor, and Krosk had it. He would talk the talk, but he'd walk the walk too. And I don't know. I know what they're saying, but
It's completely out of character for him to do what they say he did, is what you're saying.
no, I don't know about that. But I don't think he'd ever do anything like that. I mean, a couple times I seen him with Janala. They, I mean, obviously, official functions and stuff, but, just, occasionally run into him out on the town and them and the kids. seemed like a good match. Seemed like a happy family. So yeah, don't make a lot of sense to me, but that's, that's appearances. More than once in my life, I had a girl kissing on me. Ended up all she wanted was to take my money. So.
I know the type.
Don't we all?
Did you know Barletta?
Nope. I knew her reputation. She was a pain in the ass.
Was she from here?
No clue.
Okay.
She's been here.
Pain-
She's been here years.
Pain in the ass and verbal about the situation, but
Yeah.
not necessarily considered an adulterer to begin with.
Not that I know, but
The reputation of her disliking the politics.
Yeah, she didn't agree with how Tremaine runs the city.
Got it.
She's not the only one, but she is the only one that run her mouth all the time. And that too, I'm like, okay, I could see Cross going to like try to talk to her and get her to shut up, but I don't know. What they're saying just doesn't make sense to me. But people change.
You served for a long time here?
Yeah. Spent the last 15 years of my career here.
If someone was successful, sorry.
No, go ahead.
If someone was successful in discrediting Krosk, how much disruption would that cause for the Rakiliad?
Not entirely sure, but I'm guessing a lot. I mean, their whole clan structure is built on honor and trust and truth. And, I don't think I've ever heard about one of them breaking ranks like that, but...
So if I can ask your professional opinion...
Yeah, go ahead.
If you were looking to infiltrate and bring down a government, wouldn't you start with something like this?
You think that's what's happening?
I think that's a distinct possibility. That's all I can say.
So this would be those fucking Jogravanans again.
Have you had a lot of interaction with them?
Some. Killed a few.
Is that who would be the most likely to gain from?
That I know of. But again, for all I know, there's more clans than the 4 or 5 that we got here in the city, and they're trying to take over. I don't know. I know just enough to sort of get that whole structure. But I don't know details. They don't tell us details.
Did Krosk have any rivals that you know of? That somebody might want his position?
Never heard anything about that, no. But keep in mind, have you been in the Edge long?
Couple of days.
Oh, shit. Well, yeah. They don't really talk to us. I mean, official business, no problem. But anything else, they're not sharers.
Okay.
This is,
Had a buddy of mine that I was on patrol with once who said they put the ick in stoic.
if we told you, this is not something that we can prove, but if we said it wasn't him, it was somebody pretending to be him, does that fit with your interaction with him?
But he
He
looked
walked-
like him.
Right, but he walked different. His hand was small.
Well, yeah, he was probably drunk.
Your hand shrink when you're drunk?
I don't know.
There are spells to make one appear to be different.
I mean,
Yeah.
just on your instinct, all your years of service, how certain are you it was him?
Pretty certain. I mean, looked like him, sounded like him.
Just didn't feel like him.
Well, yeah, but, you know, like I said, I figured walking the way he was drunk, and I've shook enough drunk hands in my life to know that the more you drink, the looser that grip gets.
Was he drunk often?
Well, once in a while. Like any other soldier.
Hmm.
Okay. All right. I think we've taken up enough of this gentleman's time.
Mhm.
Unless any of you can think of any more questions pertinent.
So you just saw, just one last thing, you just saw him on the street, headed that direction. You didn't see him go to her house.
No. I was walking around the west side of the outer, and I was toward the southern side and passed him walking north.
Okay.
Do you remember about what time it was?
Probably early evening. I'd eaten dinner. That's when I went for a walk after dinner.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you very much.
Not a problem. Don't see a whole lot of people these days, especially not new folks, not anymore. So, it's nice to talk to you young folks.
This is very helpful. Thank you so much for your time.
You're welcome, sir.
We can leave,
Lieutenant.
sir. What was your rank?
No, I was same as you. I retired to lieutenant.
Lieutenant. And out we go.
All right.
Yep.
He stands
Well,
at the
that-
door and kind of waves as you walk off.
That was very informative.
It really was.
Yeah.
Come back now. Bye. Bye.
Y'all come back now here.
Oh, one more thing, right? Like when you're trying to leave somebody's house, keep talking 20 minutes past when you're in the driveway.
Yep. No, he waves as you walk off and then steps back inside and closes the door.
Mm-hmm. All right. Well, who do we question next?
Well, as you ponder what it is that you've heard and try to match it with everything else that you've learned about this strange event,
Hmm?
and you gather up, look at the list, and try to figure out who to talk to next, that's where we'll end tonight.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Well, it is 11 o'clock on the nose. So
I know. Good timing.
Very good timing.
And I'm
Yep.
sleepy.
Same.
All right. Well,
Yes.
that's where we'll pick up next week. But I do want to say congratulations. This is our 15th episode that we just finished. So,
Ooh. Party time.
Maybe next week I'll be in the intro.
Yeah, next week
Maybe.
you will be in the intro. Trust me, I will fix that.
And you'll be in this one on YouTube.
Yes. Yes, I will fix that too. All right. We will pick this back up next week. Do remember, we've got GM Chat tomorrow night, 8 p.m. Eastern U.S. time. Mike and I will be talking about something.
Something.
Related.
And hopefully, the Geek Parents Watch Movies will be out this weekend.
Nerd parents.
Nerd Parents.
Anyway.
Yeah.
But yes, the goal. So
Okay.
we'll get with Jeff.
Yep.
Give us a remedial lesson in photo editing with a different program than I've ever
Well,
used.
video editing. Photo editing is a different program.
Yeah.
Photo editing we have down.
Right.
Yeah, I could do photo editing all day long.
Yes.
Yeah, me too. But as an audio guy, I kind of reluctantly learned Premiere, but now I know it pretty freaking well. And what I don't know, I can look up.
Yeah, I tried Google, but
I actually found a couple of really good
tutorial.
tutorials on just like general basic editing, and it looks pretty straightforward. It doesn't look that complicated, but
No.
it's just a matter of knowing where to look when you're
Right.
doing stuff.
Yeah, there's a few tricks, little polishes that you can put on things that help. But yeah, we can definitely go over that. So,
Thank you, Jeff.
All right.
and then Sunday, we'll start our next week of programming with Board Remotely at 3 o'clock Eastern U.S. time.
Yep.
And you're going to be doing Jackbox games
I don't know what we're gonna be doing.
on Sunday? Okay, well,
We haven't talked
Something.
about it.
something
We'll be doing
fun.
something.
We'll be playing a game. It'll be fun.
Yep, and
We'll
then Monday night, player chat
Player- Yeah.
with Nikki and Pam. And then next Tuesday at 7 p.m. Eastern U.S. time, it'll be the next chapter in Thunder's Edge.
Last Sunday night, I actually thought to myself, "Oh, we get to play tomorrow." And then I was like, "No, Monday." And then I was like, "Man, I can't wait to play." So there.
That's where you want the players.
That's nice to hear. All right. So, as always, stay safe, stay sane, wear your mask. And most states have early voting happening now. Don't wait. Vote. And if you're voting absentee or mail-in, consider taking your ballots to your clerk's office and dropping them in the drop box.
Well, okay, first you have to find out if they do that, because not every state does.
Correct.
All right. Well, if they do, consider that.
Get them in the mail soon.
Yep. Or get them in the mail very soon.
I think you can
any
actually
kind of
track them.
requested
Yeah,
your-
lots of states actually allow you to track your ballot once it's been mailed or submitted, so you can tell when your clerk has received your ballot and when your clerk has counted your ballot. So I'm sure that's on your Secretary of State website if your state does that. But regardless, vote. It's very important that you make your feelings known through your vote. It does matter.
Either way, whether you do or whether you don't, it matters to some degree.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
So
And we're
be
not
aware of it.
we're not saying vote for or against anything. We're just saying exercise your constitutional power and vote.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Thank you, everybody.
yes, thank you very much. And we look forward to seeing you again next Tuesday night, 7 p.m. Eastern U.S. time, when we will officially welcome you back once again to the lands of Aecathan. Good night, everybody.
Night.
Night.